Hello and welcome to the Asian Poker Series Prague event. This is the final table. We are just starting action here. This is our first hand. Quickly introduce the players by seat numbers. We have in seat 1 is Thomas Kosub with a starting stack of 63,600. He's from Poland. Seat 2 is Wataru Kasugi. Chips is 135,000 and he's coming in from Japan. In seat 3 we have Andrew Hills from the UK with 38,700. Seat 4 is Brian Parrott all the way from the USA with 34,200. Our chip leader is in seat 5, Matsuko Yokosu is sitting with 315,000, also from Japan. Seat 6, Morten Mortensen from Denmark with 42,800. Pavel Zawadowicz from Poland with 231,000. And finally seat 8 is Alexander from 83,000. He's coming in from Russia. So what we're seeing here on the screen, just to quickly explain your graphics, this is you'll see quite a lot, is the RFID table. The players are getting their chips scanned with a special chip in the card and a special reader built into the table. As we get to see the cards, they'll pop up on the left side of the screen with the player's name and his chips. Occasionally you'll see a few glitches coming in where the card passes over a scanner accidentally as the dealer moves them around the table, but they'll disappear off the screen quickly and aren't part of the action. So we have it all in from our UK player Andrew Hills. He's just going to pick up the blinds.
Well, the other thing is the 3-time running Player of the Year for the APT this year, Sam. Make sure I get his name right here. Sam Razavi.
Oh, yes, I know Sam.
Yeah. He's the won the Player of the Year now for the 3rd year running.
Oh, that's really good.
Just picked up that award this past week here in Manila after the APT tournament here. He actually bubbled this final table for the first event on the 2015 APT tournament.
Yeah.
Yeah, this event starts off their season, even though it's still 2014. This is the first event for the.
Right, this is their new year.
Yeah, this is their new year for their first time here in Prague. But we're gonna pick up the action. Hills opens up the pot, and Paris moves on for 33,000 and just gets a call. Hills has King 9 versus the Ace 5.
And we catch the flop is the Ace 3 and 4, so the Ace is straight in ahead with a redraw. So Paris is going to win 35,000.
Okay, give it a top. That's
So dealer's just counting out his chips now. There's a lucky double up early on.
yeah.
That's leaving our UK player even shorter stacked. Okay, blinds are 1,200, 2,400 and the ante's 400, so they're still relatively low.
I mean, everyone's fairly deep stacked. They started off with about an average of about 30 big blinds
Yeah, I
in
think
play.
the average is 80,000, something like that. So they're almost 30 big blinds, just under 30 big blinds.
I mean, we expect a little bit of action here from our short stacks.
Well, there are two big monster stacks on the table, seat 5 and seat 7. So
just gonna see here. Danowitz opens up the pot here. Makes it 5,200. Action folds back around. Back to Hills.
Hills with an ace.
With an ace in position on the button. Hills seems to be thinking about making some sort of move. I don't think we're going to see a flat call
he's
here.
Very short stacked after that last hand, so he's really going to be thinking and getting his chips into the middle anyway.
He's actually going to lay it down here on the button with the ace. He's going to try and find a better spot, he thinks. Paris folds behind. And we're going to call out of Yokozuna. We'll take this flop with the 7-5 offsuit.
I think this is a low flip. Pair versus 2 overcards, and one of them is on the board. Ace 7, ace board. No flush draw for either pair.
With this texture of board, we're going to usually see the chip leader bet at almost any flop with this. You know, it's pretty much almost like an orphan board. So many times the big blind's going to miss on a board like this. You're still going to have that continuation bet.
Well, this is the two big stacks going against each other, so they're going to be cautious. Neither wants to get crippled very early on.
But basically, as we're watching this hand play out, you know, we're pretty much going to have Hills is pretty much kicking himself for deciding to lay that ace down on the button here. You know, it's hard to exactly think results oriented in this point, but you know, it's hard to not have that little nagging effect that you just lay down the ace here when you're such a short stack. He's gonna go check here on the river. Yokozuna is gonna pick it up with his 7s. Very, very conservative pot between the two big stacks.
I'm looking at his chips, and I don't really think he's a chip leader. We've only been given a handwritten note with his chip count on, but it doesn't look like he's got 300,000 there. So our chip leader is definitely Pavel. Let's figure out what these chips are. We'll wait for an official chip count, but
I mean, overall, the table here seems to be a very quiet, non-talkative table. Everyone seems to be still very conservative and almost like they're still feeling each other out, even though they were at the final table at 10 players, the non-official final table. Almost seems like with the two big stacks that they have, that no one's really wanting to put in a whole lot of action outside that first double up we've seen. We're going to have this hand folded all the way around back into the small blind.
and Queen 10 completes his small blind. Here we got a blind on blind.
Mortensen had checked his big blind option here. Went heads up into this flop here.
The flop's 2-5-9, giving no flush draw for either player. Both of them having suited hearts.
Both players have effectively just missed this flop. Now we're just going to see who basically is the more aggressive player
Just
here.
one first better and wins.
Generally not too much action here. I mean, both players have missed. We're going to start this hand here with Alexander under the gun up front here with the ace-10 off. Looks like right now he's going to open this pot here. He's going to make it 5,500 from under the gun. Can have it folded back around into the small blind. Mortensen looks down. He picks up 2 8s in the small blind here.
And he's all in with the 8s.
Mortensen's all in. He's made it 38,000 total.
And Alexander's going to let it go. Doesn't want to gamble.
Alexander lays down his ace-10 for the additional 33,000.
Service? Round. So we're coming into hand 7. Jack deuce under the gun. That's going to go into the muck.
So he's folded around the hills here. He's going to lay down.
Hijack's going to fold. The cutoff has 8 deuce.
Yokozuna here.
Nobody's going to want to play these. He's going to Hollywood a little and then fold. I think he's going to try and steal these.
I actually think he's going to open the
try
pot
and
here.
Steal them. Come on, get in. Get stuck in.
No one. He never generally takes this long before he makes his action if he's going to fold.
I'm pretty sure that the 2 Japanese players on the table are friends, so maybe they've made a bet with each other. If you can stick it all in with 8 deuce.
See which one can find the worst hand here. No, I think he's just looking for a spot here since the table's been so timid.
Yeah. Doesn't see any threats behind him. Maybe he's caught a tell off somebody, but he's going to try and play his image and get away with it.
Yeah, generally, I think he's mainly stealing because, I mean, everyone's been playing fairly tight, fairly conservative, not really wanting to put too much out there.
Ace queen on the button. He's got to be fairly confident.
Mortensen's going to put a 3-bet in here.
Yeah,
it's going to be fairly standard. I mean, he's opened up. Yokosuna's opened up from the hijack position. I mean, that's going to be a fairly standard 3-bet off the button there. And he's going to make that 3-bet, makes it 14,000, and obviously picks it up fairly easily and instantly.
Hand in the cookie jar.
Yeah. Didn't even waste our time with any Hollywood. 3-bet it and fold it instantly.
So as far as I can tell, the black chips are 100, the reds are 5, blues are 1k, and the whites are 5k. So looking at his stack, there's no way he has the 350 I thought he had.
Yokosawa.
Yeah.
Did they have it wrong on the? That's what I'm waiting to see.
And ace jack offsuit from Mortensen in the cutoff. 8-9 into our chip leader. Zawodowicz.
He's stacking up chips here for a raise.
Yep. Raise up to, what's that, 14, 13-2.
Makes it 13. Oh, what is it? 10-8 to call.
Yeah.
Makes it, no, it makes it 13-2.
And we get the shove all in with the ace jack.
That was a down. It's
8-9, not good enough to call.
That was a down.
Shots, we need shots.
Well, it'd definitely probably make us a little more entertaining.
Yeah, current chip counts. Chip leader is Pavel, 208,000. Morton, who just went all in, is sitting on 55. Our low stack is 12, Andrew Hills, who's really going to be struggling to find a spot here.
Yeah, but Hills was crippled on early.
Not very early, hand 2 or 3, so.
Yeah. So with him being, at 5 big blinds, he's basically. Yokozuna. Have the pot opened up here by Yokozuna with the A6 offsuit here. Oh no, we got the chip leader with Zandanowicz.
Another small pair.
Sitting here with 2 3s.
He's reaching for his chip, so looks like he's raised. 13.5.
It's gonna fold back around, and just like the last few times, Yokosuna's opened up there in this spot and been 3-bet. He's kind of folded his hand. See how many more times he does that until he actually picks up our hand or decides to steal back or make a 4-bet here. Well, I have to sit here and see how much time these guys actually give to Andrew Hills there, since he's down to 12,000 in chips.
He's on the blind now, I think.
Yeah.
And
just over 12,000 left on his stack, and he's got 2,400 left here in the big blind. I don't see really too much he's going to be able to fold.
Almost anything he sees is going in here.
Yeah.
Luckily, none of the big stacks picked up anything. 6, 4, 8, junk.
I mean, having the short stack also works to his benefit. Unless
we have an ace queen who's going to shove this.
Unless someone here picks up a hand. With 2 other stacks behind, with 2 other players behind him, I believe he's just going to do a standard open here.
There it is.
He's been making a 5-5. Yeah. Alexander's been opening a 5,500 this level. The next
round.
2 fold. I mean,
King 8.
Yeah.
And 9-8 on the big blind for our short stack.
Not really sure how Hills can really lay almost anything down here.
Yeah, with he's going to lose 20% of his the blind.
No.
Yeah. And then another 10% on the antes and the small blind. So you've got to be thinking.
But he's going to lay it down. Alexander's going to pick up this pot. Hills is just going to commit to playing extremely short stack poker right now.
Well, he only has this hand to get around, and then an almost free round of the table. But he only has a round in him.
Yeah.
Now, so he's less than 8,000.
He's had 12. He's got like 9-6-ish left.
It's going to cost him 3 grand to get around the table with just the ante.
No. I mean, here's our updated chip count. I mean, Andrew Hills is down to 9,200 now, and he's in the small blind. I mean, yeah, as you can see, he's got 3 big blinds left. I mean, it's kind of come to that point where it's almost now or never right now with this. I mean, you never like to be in this position and not really have a whole lot of control on your future, but there's only so long you can wait before you now have to beat more than one hand.
We're back to seat 2, folded around to the button. Wataru Kasugi, reasonable stack, so he can afford to play a hand. Sticks and a raise, I think, 5k.
It's 5k and Hills folds again.
So Hills is away from the blinds. He's only going to lose his antes until the next round. So he's got 7 hands to pick up something.
I mean, every orbit he's paying 32,
yeah.
36. I mean, he's paying
7k.
almost
He doesn't have an orbit in him, really.
No, he's got 8,000 left. He barely has an M of 1 left with his stack value with the blinds and antes. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how unbelievably short he's going to allow himself to go here before he finally decides to
I can't believe he folded the 8-9. I would have just chucked it in there and gone to collect my money. Alexander in C8 picking up Ace-8 off.
Opens up for his standard raise here of 5,500.
Runs it into Kosu.
Kozlov has 2 jacks here.
He's been quiet so far. He hasn't really played anything, so
I think this will actually be the first pot he's played here at our final table.
So he is. Did he say all in then? Yep. It's all in with the jacks.
He's moved on with 2 jacks.
Hills has picked up an ace, so he's got to be considering throwing this in.
I mean, he's played so tight now. Now he's gotten a spot where he's picked up.
He's picked up a little bit of chips in there as well, so there's more value in this pot. At least if he does win, he'll be not just.
But he's also thinking to himself that now he's calling an all-in 3-bet.
Oh yeah.
He's always wondering how dead his ace is right now with the ace-6 right now.
But with
I mean, I don't think he really has much of a choice. But that's the thought that appears to be going through his mind right now. Is he's wondering how live his hand really is to an open raise and then a jam in.
This short stack though, he's got less than 9,000. He's already got.
I mean, he appears to be thinking.
Folds.
I mean, that's the only. I mean, that's the line of thinking I believe he went with. There is, you know, I only have ace-6 with my hand. Only the 6 may be live at best. I mean, realistically, with a bigger stack, that's a fairly decent laydown. I mean, not really that hard a one with a bigger stack, but with such a short stack, I mean, that's really surprising.
Yeah.
To see him lay down that ace-6. I mean. How much can he really wait for at this point?
The blinds, the ante is a bet and a raise.
He's going to
get good value from what he's betting on. So almost anything there, surely.
I mean, he's potentially going to get his stack inlet with less than 2 big blinds here in a second.
And that's not going to change his situation. That's going to buy him 1 round of the table.
Yeah.
He has so few chips that even when he does win a pot, it's going to be such a small pot. He's still going to be massively short stacked. Yeah. So it's not really so much the cards in his hand that make a difference. It's if everybody calls a minimum raise all the way around the table and it gets to him with 8-3 off suit on the button, there's so much value in there that he's silly to fold it.
Yeah, but I mean, at the same time, he's also bled himself down to this point where obviously he wants to play fairly tight. I mean, we have Alexander here opening up with King Queen diamonds here with 5,500.
Hills has picked up a suited king, so he's thinking again. These are all hands I'd be shoving in.
I mean, he's still going to lay it down. He's apparently going to try and ride this extremely short stack to the bitter end here.
I think he's just sat there hoping that someone else is going to stick it in first and get knocked out and increase his payout. But
yeah, I'm not liking his strategy of that right now because the rest of the table seems to be trying to avoid doing anything.
Because they know he's going soon.
Yeah. They're all worried about the next money jump because he's so short. They're all kind of avoiding the action right now. Oh!
And these are open. Take 2. Yeah. Okay, that was mine. That's your backup. Cheers.
Cheers.
That is nasty.
It has tequila. Oh my god, what the... I've never actually tasted one of these, but
This APT final brought to you by the foul taste of rotten beer. We're in Prague and we're drinking beer with tequila in it. It's all they had left. We drank it all yesterday.
I mean,
so Hills has picked up a pair.
Oh, I mean, and has he actually just opened the pot to 4,800, or is he all in for the 4,800?
Min raising. And he's in. Let's see, King 6. We're racing.
And surprisingly enough, after min raising, Hills actually opens up and calls with the last of his stack here with 2 3s.
Yep.
And we've got called by the King 6. I mean, it looks to be a pretty clean board here. If you're going to board the board, double pairing here. He's going to double up here. By the end, he had a lot of cards to dodge here.
Yep.
He's going to double up to stack with the 2 3s. Now he's back up to 10,000. I mean, he's still in that that 3.5, 4 big blind range.
He's still a fair amount of outs, you know. Any spade, so doubling up, double paired board isn't that bad for him if any of them are spades. Yeah. Good job, guys.
Hills is actually
going to get this through.
I mean, I don't know. Mortensen actually has a fairly decent stack here. He's going to lay that down. We don't know what...
We're into the big stack here.
Is that what Dawitz's cards are? But I mean, he's...
Well, there seems to be something wrong with his RF reader. That's why his second card isn't showing up.
Yeah, this is the second time. Ooh, we're going to have the exposed ace here mucked by Alexander in.
Pair of 4s.
Hills is going to get called by 2 pair of 4s. Now he's on the other side of this hand. He's only got 1 live over card here with his ace deuce against the 2 4s.
And no flush draw. And there's one of the 4s, but it does give him a straight draw.
It's actually not the worst flop for his hand. He actually picks up an additional out with that hand. Now he's drawing dead. Finishing 9th place here. Or excuse me, 8th place.
8th place, Andrew Hills.
Andrew Hills from the UK. You can see our updated chip count here. Dawitz is
increased his chip lead quite a bit, almost 100 big blinds now.
He's not quite to the point of having the chip lead 2-1 over second place here, but I predict we're going to have a little bit more action now that we've lost the first player from our table here.
Matsuto Yokusunu, I'm never going to be able to pronounce that name, is now the short stack with 13 big blinds, 32,100 chips. So we're going to start to see him.
I mean, he's going to be the next one. I mean, he's approaching that,
No more 8-3 raises on the button.
No, he's tried his moves and he's paid off a few hands. And he's now finds himself short a stack at the table. I mean, he's in that 10 to 20 blind range where generally in more tournaments they tend to find spots with that hand range to have some fold value left in their hand.
What about you? How do you prefer playing tournaments? I start shoving when I get to 25 big blinds. I just start shoving almost any random hand.
I really start looking for a hand around the 20 big blind range, but once it hits around 10, I mean that's where I start being extremely less picky.
Yeah.
I mean it's gonna be completely situational, obviously, but
I don't think I would have made any of the folds
that
Andrew Hills made.
I honestly don't think I would have made that fold with the 8-9 off. I mean, you got 2 connected cards on the button. I mean, you don't really have much of a choice. I mean, you can always try to get it down like you did and double up, but then you leave yourself in the same point that you were just at. So I mean, it's a...
the last of the Prague Poker Festival.
Yeah, I mean, this Prague
nearly
Poker
3
Festival.
weeks of poker tournaments for us.
Yeah, it's been. We've been here. We started our first event was here on December 1st.
December 1st, yeah, I remember it well.
Yeah, vaguely remember it 3 weeks ago. But you know, this Prague Poker Festival's been hosted here and ran by Planet Earth Poker Events and Steve Frazier.
CEO Steve Frazier.
That is correct. He does have a new title. It is CEO of Planet Earth Poker Events, or
Puts together
what's
this
he have on
whole
there? Pepe.
Pepe, yeah, CEO of Pepe. This is it's actually the APT is the final in a series of tournaments. We've had many different sponsors over the last 3 weeks, including.
No, we started out. We had the WPT was the first one we ran through here. Then we had
the Tiny Bet Open Face Chinese World Championship.
Yep, yeah, that first 10K Open Face Pineapple Championship.
Pineapple
actually,
Championship,
yes.
yeah.
And then we followed that with the Red Bet. Followed that with the Red Bet.
Yeah.
And then had the Grand Live. Had the Grand Live series here that just concluded yesterday.
Grand Live finished yesterday. It was a great final table.
And now we're wrapping up here with the last event of the Prague Poker Festival. You know, the Asian Poker Series main event here. I mean, the few guys here that actually traveled all the way from Asia here, and that, along with the tournament director Lloyd Fontes, they just finished up their event in Manila just a few days ago.
Yeah.
So I mean, those guys piggybacked and traveled pretty much halfway around the globe just for this event, and I mean, seem to put together a fairly decent event that we've had here, and everyone seems to have enjoyed it so far. I mean, it's been
especially these remaining 7 players. They're enjoying it better than everybody else.
These 7 players have enjoyed this event slightly more than 8th and 9th, and the other players we've had in this main event.
Yeah, Andrew Hills isn't enjoying it so much anymore.
Well, you know, but on the flip side, at least he's on the way to the pub.
He's getting paid.
Gets a little bit of money, and you know, with the cheap drinks here in Prague, I mean, he can still have himself a really, really good night out with this.
Yeah. We'll probably see him in the bar later.
Well, it depends how many more we have. This isn't a thing called beer.
This isn't beer, no.
I'm not sure what this is, but any beer that comes with tequila is probably an improper thing to have.
Aromaticit mit aromatici.
Well, you should probably
flavored with flavor.
You should probably try and stick to English because you're butchering every other language, including names. But anyway, we can get back here to the action. We've got Brian Paris here in the big blind. Paris is here from the U.S.
Under the gun, the short stack is picking up Ace-7 suited.
We'll see what Yokozuna here does here. And he's actually going to fold the Ace-7. He's choosing to play very conservative from up front now due to his short stack.
Well, I think with this many people acting behind him, he really doesn't want to just shove it in if he can afford a blind or 2 to peel off. I mean, if he was shorter stacked, then he's probably going to stick that in.
I mean, as it looks out, he's made the right decision here. I mean, with
the Ace-9.
Zawodowicz opening up with Ace-9 off here.
And a King Jack.
He's going to fold back around here to Paris, who I think with his chip stack and that, we're actually going to see him take a flop here with King Jack off. I don't think it's a premium enough hand that he's going to have to take a flop here.
The Ace-9 suited versus Jack King off, and we see a 9 on the flop. Jack King off's no good.
Well, I mean, as you can see with this flop, I mean, if Yokozuna
he would have flopped this flush draw.
Yeah.
And with an over ace,
if Yokozuna would have picked up here, I mean, he's gonna have a backdoor straight draw with a flush draw. But I mean, he's got so many players behind him with so much bigger stacks that he's just pretty much risking.
If Masuta goes in with the Ace-7, I don't think Pavel calls.
Yeah, I don't think that Ace-9 is.
So the Ace-9 is gone anyway. Yeah.
Well, I mean, he's letting himself get into the same situation that we had with Hills, with Andrew Hills earlier. I mean, we now have a player that's basically sitting on his short stack that, from what we saw earlier with him opening up with hands like 8 deuce and playing fairly loose and aggressive, he's now got himself stuck into a position of playing extremely tight. I mean, we're going to start here. We're going to have our 19th hand here for this final table.
Well, buttons in seat 2.
Our short stack Yokozuna is in the big blind. So I mean, it'll be interesting to see what kind of action we have towards him.
9-5 muck under the gun, I think. There it goes. We get past the big stack, Queen 4. An ace in seat 8 for Alexander, which goes in the muck.
I mean, yeah, it causes
So I
I'm
think
gonna throw this way. He's been
so far Matsuto Yokozuna is a
I mean, there we go.
getting
There's what we're looking for.
pair of
Yeah.
shoves with 8-6. Ooh, awesome brave play. That's how you're supposed to do it.
Yeah, he's not gonna give Yokozuna a chance to make any kind of play here or not. He's not gonna give him breathing room. He's just gonna open up and take the pot. He's willing just to play into a card pretty much right there with the 8-6, deciding it's good enough just to gamble for the short stack's life here.
I think he knows with a short stack on that blind he's going to be able to stay it quite easily unless the short stack wakes up with another monster.
Now, yeah, Yokozuna now has 28-1. Apparently during our little rant there about the Desperados, we missed his double up. He's got...
He lost chips. He had 30 something and he lost.
Is there something? Oh, yeah, he is down again.
28.
Well,
He had 13 big blinds.
13 big blinds. There we go.
Not 1300.
Good lord.
That's strong beer.
I know, I've had one drink. I mean, this is getting out of control.
Yeah. Suited King in seat 2 for Wataru Kasugi. I think he's trying to give his friend a little protection.
Well, I don't know, with protection like that, I'm not sure how happy you are with it.
With friends like this, you don't need enemies.
Yeah. Yeah, don't worry, I'll be friendly to you and I'll take care of your chips while you're at the bar.
Yeah. I'll buy the drinks when I'm done winning this thing.
Yeah.
So we'll see a flop, King 6 suited versus 7-5. All black flop, but no flush draw, only a backdoor flush draw. No one pairs up, King's good.
So right now, yeah, Kosugi's in the lead with that King 6 of spades. Let's see if the flop's going to go check here. They're both still kind of playing his hand soft right now.
Watson pairs up
Now,
on the turn.
I actually think with just the open and Mortensen calling, I actually think he's going to take this. He's probably going to see a check call at this point. He's definitely not going to fold to anything here. I mean, there's going to be no realistic bet that's going to come from Katsugi that's really going to drive him off the hand. I mean, it's going to go check. I mean, more than likely we might see Mortensen lead into with this ace, but I'm still thinking it's going to be check because he's going to check for value here. Well, he's going to check for value. He's going to be in position. He can check call a smaller bet here. I mean, if he leads into it, and Katsugi has hit that ace, you know, he's going to get raised, so he's lost the value of the chips he has put in. You know, he's pretty much just throwing the chips away if he leads into it. He's actually going to lay it down.
Fold's a better hand though.
And he's going to lay down those 2 7s.
With bottom pair.
Well, pair on a big board with the ace against a player that's been playing fairly
flush
tight.
draw out there. It's so easy for him to have something.
Well, I mean, he could have any random ace there.
Everything beats him.
Yeah.
He can literally only beat the hand that Wataru Kasugi actually had, which was King High.
Yeah. And it looks like we're going to be on
break. Either that or everyone just got
it looks like we're going to have a chip race break
colour
here.
up, yeah.
You can see his
Lloyd RTD.
tournament director for the Asian Poker Series here, Lloyd Fontes. Sneaks his way onto our screen here. Lloyd's getting a little bit of airtime here, even though, you know, we are seeing the better side of Lloyd here.
The back.
The back, you know. And Lloyd, if you're hearing this, we're just kidding. We love having you around, bud. And we'll be back in a little bit.
And we're back from break here at the Asian Poker Series Prague event. This is a 1K event with that's me and Andy Tillman in the booth. We're going to try and entertain you through this last leg of this Prague Poker Festival series.
As we finish up here on our last event here at the Prague Poker Series. We're out here with the Asian Poker Series, brought to you by King's Casino and Planet Earth Poker Events.
CEO Steve Fraser.
That is correct. We do need to include CEO Steve Fraser, who's ran a great event here.
Actually, I've worked for Steve for a long time. I think I've known him for more than 10 years now, and I've always loved working for his events. The players seem to really have a good time at all his events, and the dealing staff all really love working for him, so it's good to be back working for Steve.
All his structures and all his tournaments are very player friendly. All the levels, all the chips, all the stacks.
250, 500.
If you want levels like 250, 500, and 75, 150, and those repeating later on.
We shouldn't really big up this too much, or we'll be coming back next year to 30, 60.
Have the red chips back out again, start out at 510 with 50,000. Get them back in here.
It's been a long time since I started a tournament with 510.
That's been a day or two. That's been back for the chip for chip on the buy-in. 10K event, get you 10K in chips. There's actual monetary value attached to everything.
Actually, I preferred that when you could tell how much a player had, and that was actually how much his chips were worth.
Yeah.
I think that made it. I don't like the, when you sit down at a €100 tournament and you get 30,000 chips.
Yeah, definitely.
There's no real value to it until you get paid.
Yeah,
Speaking of getting paid, we've just been delivered the prize structure for the payouts for the APT main event.
And we're looking at a fairly stiff bubble here for a 1K buy-in.
Yeah, bubble is now coming into 5th place. So we have a first prize of 10K, or just under 10.5K, and the 5th place is getting 4,260. That's 4 times his buy-in. So pretty good value bubble.
It's a good value bubble, but it's a pretty stiff bubble as well. Now, as many tournaments now, you either get your buy-in back or double at best when you min cash. So on this event, getting 4x, it's a stiff bubble, but it is a good payday for barely making any money. But we're going to see here.
And we have a big hand developing here. Alexander's the shorter stack in this situation, but he's called a raise of 8K from Zadowicz, who is our chip leader, holding pocket 10s. He's called the raise with a ace queen and flops the flush draw. Ace queen of hearts, and the board is king diamonds with 8 and 5 of hearts. So we're definitely probably going to get action all the way to the turn here.
We're going to see how strong the chip leader now plays his 2 10s here out of position.
Only the 1 overcard, so he's going to put in a little tester bet. 7,000.
I don't foresee Alexander going anywhere here.
He's definitely calling that. He's easily
wouldn't be too surprised to actually see him actually raise it. But looks like he's going to take the
just a flat call.
They call approach. He's going to peel one off here on the turn. Going to try and see if he can kind of conceal his hand here and get there.
And he's paired up with his queens. He's now taking the lead. Still has a flush draw.
He's got this hand pretty much for the most part locked up here, whether he knows it or not.
Pavel in seat 7, our chip leader, is down to 2 outs. Only a 10 can save him.
And he needs one of the 2 remaining 10s here to actually win the hand outright.
I think he knows he's behind because he's checked and let Alexander, the Russian player in seat 8, come out betting. Pavel's going to dwell up and fold, I think.
Yeah, I don't see it.
No, reaching for chips.
He's actually going to.
He likes his 10s.
He's going to make the call here.
2 overcards on the board, and he still likes the 10s.
With the flat call on the flop, he's not really thinking that the queen's really going to hit him too many times out of not. Now with the ace on the board, he really can't beat much with his 2 10s now. Now it's filled in, any nut flush draw, any straight draw that was possible there on the turn, or just plain random ace that floated the flop here. We're going to see Alexander bet here, and I'm fairly sure we're going to see Zadowicz going to lay down his hand here. I'd be very surprised here if Alexander, just checks behind in this position, making 2 pair.
I mean, players really are only playing aces, kings, and queens, and they're high and suited, so he's got to think his tens are behind.
I mean, at best here, he's against another pair that's in the same range as his. I mean, he could have a mid pair, and we're gonna have Alexander move all in, which that big of a bet might actually get him a little bit of action right now. I mean, Zadowitz is gonna try and figure out why he bet so much on this river.
Looks
After
like
the
he's all in
turn,
bet.
after the turn goes check check. I mean, he's all in for what, 43-4?
That's what it says here, 43,400.
So I mean, Pavel's can't be extremely confident in his 2 10s, but he's right now trying to run through his mind the entire hand here and trying to figure out why there's such a big river bet now being faced against him. I mean, I actually really like this bet. It's such a big bet that it almost smells, like fishy. It's big
Smells
enough.
like he's just trying to buy it.
Yeah. He gets into the point where he's put his entire stack
in. A
in.
pair of sevens, and now he knows he's beaten, so he's going to try and buy this pot.
Yeah, he's gone to. He hasn't even tried to go for value here, because he's thinking Zadowitz is probably going to read that and just throw his hand away for value. But I mean, I don't really see him getting a call here. The only downside to this bet is the only thing I think that really calls him here is something that has him beat. Pavel's going to make the laydown here after thinking about it for a minute, and Alexander's going to pick up this pot. Have our dealer change here. We're going to pick up the action right now.
It's hand 23, second one after the break.
Blinds are 1,500 and 3,000 with a running ante of 500. Let's Gregor here have a little mispitch across the middle here.
Mispitch. This table is like dealing on a pool table. It's huge.
I mean, I'm pretty sure I've seen you sleep on smaller beds than this or floors.
And toilets, I've slept on a few of those as well.
Well, in general.
And we have an all-in with a pocket threes from our Japanese player Masuto Yokozuna.
Yokozuna.
Picks up the blinds and antes with threes. Buys himself another round. I think he only had 25k when he went all in there.
Yeah, he's still our short stack. He really hasn't gotten any action on anything. He's been still fairly quiet with the shortest stack at the table.
So it puts him over 30,000 again. His stack's over 30 with the blinds and the antes. What do we have? 7 players at 535 plus the 4.5.
No, I mean
8k.
Yeah, you're gonna have 8k in the pot every time we've got a hand here. As before any action. I mean, that's just
that's
blind.
a third of his stack, 8k. So
he's definitely at a point where he's really has to be looking at a hand.
I think this is the widest reaching final table. Players from Japan, US, everywhere in between.
I mean, yeah, probably.
I mean, the land bits in between, not the water bits in between.
That's what I mean. You're not really going to count that little piece of water between Japan and China and Russia there.
I don't think there's many poker players living right in the middle of that Pacific Ocean.
Well, I mean, there are islands there, but maybe there's one or two.
If you go the long way around, though, this is where most of these people are from.
That is very true. A line between Berlin and Tokyo probably rounds up most of this final table we have here.
2 players from Japan making the final. One from the USA. Do you know the USA player?
I've seen him before.
Yeah.
He's very familiar to me. I mean, I haven't personally known him, but I've had many a tournament with him around.
Rocking an awesome beard.
He definitely has the beard and bean look going on right now.
That's very much in vogue, though.
Very, very, very hipster right now at the moment. I mean, I'm just glad you shaved yours off. I mean, you did have the homeless guy that couldn't afford a razor, look going on. So we're going to see here.
So now I have the homeless guy who can afford a razor look going on.
Yes, you're the homeless guy now who has robbed someone for their razor. But
I'm the homeless guy that met someone in a soup kitchen and tidied me up to get a job. Look.
Well, hey, at least I found you a job.
No, they just tied me up for the interview.
I mean, I knew we were scraping the bottom of the barrel for this, but wow. I mean, we're just having a regular pot here. I don't know what's going to open with this king queen.
Another blind steal from Pavel. Well, I wouldn't say a blind steal. It was a genuine raise.
Yeah,
but he only picked up the blinds and the antes.
Yeah, he just opened with king queen suited and found no action. I mean, other than a few key hands, this
he's probably one of the only players that actually wants to play a hand at this stage. Everyone isn't. He has a very big chip lead. Second place chip leader is Wataru Kasugi in seat 2, with just under, well, around half his stack. So yeah. Pavel is probably maybe one of the only players that actually wants to play hands and try and knock people out.
That's a very good grasp of the English language you possess there, my Welsh friend.
Like I said, I speak several languages.
Just know them very well.
English, American, gibberish.
A little Irish, a little Welsh.
Fluent in gibberish.
Yes. But, I mean, this final table actually has been fairly quiet. I mean, we've said that a few times, but, I mean, the action should hopefully here start to pick up. I mean, so you have Mortensen here opening up to 7,500.
With ace-jack offsuit.
We might actually see a little bit of action here. We're going to see Alexander. He did play that ace-10 earlier on, and that's fairly soft, and he's going to do it again.
This one, though. He opened with ace-10 before.
Yeah, he opened with ace-10.
Calling a bet this time.
No, he opened with ace-10 last time. He got 3-bet and laid it down.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he's...
Paris. I think Paris has around 40,000, so he's got to be considering this hand might cost him all his chips, or it might double him up with a pair of 8s.
I mean, yeah, he's going to put him in.
Sticking them all in.
He doesn't really have enough of a stack for a 3-bet of any value size
here. Of course,
yeah. I mean, if he 3-bets here, he's committing himself anyway, so he might as well make the first move all in, beat the aggressor.
Mortensen doesn't really have many more chips, so it's going to be his tournament life as well.
I mean, Paris is all in here.
Going to find out now exactly.
51-7.
I think he might actually have him called. How much do you have there? 20, 30, 45.
I mean, the stack sizes are very similar. I mean, we're looking. I mean, at best here, from what we can tell, Mortensen's going to have around about 60,000 in his stack there. 20, 40, 50 to 60. I mean, depends on what he's playing with in his hands there. We're still outside the bubble here. We've got 7 players left. So I mean, he's got to be thinking what these chips could do with his stack and what position they could end up with him here. And if he feels he has the best hand here,
he's going to lay this ace jack down. The ace jack's not a fantastic hand.
And I mean, with the short stack in between them, even if he's not thinking about it, it's something that's still in his vision of sight. There, he can still see the short stack's chips right next to him. Yeah. So I mean, it's always something that's going to be on his mind here.
Yeah.
But he's really not liking his liking the idea of laying it down here. The old adage of think long, think wrong here. He might get himself in that position. He's trying. It almost looks like he's trying to make himself call here. Because he looks like he's just pained as he's looking at his hand. I mean, I think I see him squeezing.
See if they were suited. They're not. Throw them away.
I don't know. I mean, he's thinking Paris can't make this move with almost any 2 cards. I mean, Paris could be making this with King, Queen, King, Jack.
And we've seen Paris.
He could have a hand where he's completely. I mean,
Paris is more comfortable stealing with junk. So.
I mean, yeah. I mean, he's gonna get called here.
Yep.
Mortensen makes the call.
So pocket 8s versus Ace Jack offsuit.
And I believe
it's 2 of our short stacks. We're gonna. Mortensen is the one at risk here.
Mortensen's actually going to probably think he's not in too bad of a spot here with the ace-jack. I mean,
he has a
turns a gut shot. He needs an ace-jack or an 8.
And misses.
I mean, we're going to have Paris here. Going to double up and have a chip count here just to make it. I think we're going to keep Mortensen here. But I believe this hand is going to have him crippled.
Wait for a final chip count.
Yeah, I mean, Mortensen's
5k left.
I mean, he's going to be down. He's down under 10k for sure.
It looks like 6. How much does he have? 15, 16 chips, 8k.
Yeah, I mean, he's either 6 or 8, depending if those are 4s or 5s. I mean, He's now due to losing that flip. Now he's the short stack that definitely has to start making it.
Well, he's a short stack that is has one blind.
Yeah, I mean, I don't foresee Mortensen here, even if he doubles up,
And
playing,
he's on it, so.
playing it the way Hills is. I mean, the way Hill plays it. I mean,
I don't see him folding any hand here. He's got 3 or 4 chips left.
I mean, the thought of him folding right now is the last thing on his mind.
Yeah.
Right now, he's just hoping for something randomly acceptable right now.
Again, the 6K, that's his actual stack, and half of it is in his big blind.
Yeah, he's put half in the big blind and an additional 500 in for the ante.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got about 55,
so
60% of his chips.
his all-in won't actually reopen a bet for any flat callers.
No.
Yeah.
He'll close out the action, but I mean, Zendowitz is going to open the pot here with ace-7. I mean, pretty much unless Cause Up here decides he's going to play his King-Jack, this is probably going to fold all the way around due to the short stack. Unless somebody picks up something big, they're just going to get out of the way here, and we're going to have, just the 2 random cards.
The 1 overcard.
8, we're going to have that 8-3 versus the ace-7. Everybody's going to stay clear.
Oh, yeah.
You don't want to give the short stack too many chips on a spot where you don't have to really think it, make a play at it. Wow, that was something special we just witnessed there.
Smooth flop. He's picked up a straight draw with a 7.
Both players have actually flopped straight draws. Any deuce or 7 makes it there, and we're going to have our second elimination from this final table. We're going to have Morten Mortensen from Denmark.
Unlucky Morten Mortensen. I'm fairly sure I told him to throw away that ace-jack, he just wasn't listening.
Yeah. Well, I mean, now we're going to have this. I mean, we're down to 6 players now at our final table.
This
here,
is our cash bubble.
Prague.
5 players are going to get paid. This is our cash bubble. So.
And Matsuto has managed to hold on. Now he's got himself in position for the money bubble, but he's down
As you
to
can see, he has
8
big blinds.
I mean, this will be interesting to see if he decides to hold on and try and see if there's any other action into him, or if he's actually going to be aggressive here on the money bubble, being the short stack. At this point, now he actually has a chance to be fairly dangerous. I mean, he doesn't have a big stack, but, he has the chance to put his 8 big blinds in there and see if anybody else wants to mix it up and worry about the other big stacks. But, I mean, it looks like he's going to take the conservative approach and continue to wait for a hand here. I don't foresee too much action coming out of the other players, really. Basically, when someone's that short, you really kind of just stay out of the way. Wait for somebody else or yourself to pick up a big hand and try and knock him out, move on into the money, and continue the tournament from that point.
Hand 30, we've already lost 2 players.
Oh, what the... Lucas! Yeah. And as we continue back here, we're going to see it folded around to the blinds. I mean, we have it opened up by Kasugi and it folded into the blinds. Masuto picked up the 5 deuce offsuit and really had no plans of getting involved with his short stack. Just going to fold around here to Alexander, who looks like he's going to make the call. And call that 7,000. Have 18,000 in the pot. I mean, we're going to see Kasugi just continuation bet here on the flop and pick it up. Not really much of a hand going on there.
For the fifth it's 4,000, like 800 for the fourth, then it's 5 something, 7 something, and 10.
As you can see here, the
Players discussing the money.
players are kind of wanting the payout sheet here.
Peel off a bit for the bubble, I think.
Yeah, waiting to see what there is. There comes in Lloyd with the payout sheets.
The payouts are 10.440, 10,440 for first. Second is 7,050. third is 5,580. Fourth is 4,680, and fifth is 4,206. There's not really much difference between fifth, fourth, and third.
Yeah. When I realize you always.
We're gonna have Zadowitz
Raising
just
on the
continuing his big stack here. He's just going to continue to open here until he gets challenged. I mean, he's going to open with King 7. And have Kozub just fold his suited ace in the big blind here. Everyone's just kind of staying out of the big stack's way right now. Tap, tap. And as we
Open up third beer, second beer.
second bear. We are
We're
continuing.
switching to Czech beer now. We're on the local stuff, which is way better.
Yes, this is definitely a step up in class and quality. But you know, as we're sitting here giving you the live commentary from the Asian Poker Series here, you know, brought to you by King's Casino here, and this
Here in
great
Prague.
Prague Poker Festival here. You know, it's held here every December. You know, with the Planet Earth Poker events and CEO Steve Frazier. I mean,
CEO Steve Frazier.
it's amazing what new titles do. Oh, here we go.
And
Yokozuna has finally found a hand that he's going to move all in with. He
I'm going to
picks up
stick with his
9,
first name,
10.
Matsuto. I'm just going to call him Matsuto.
Matsuto.
That's easier, right? Matsuto, all in with a 10-9 spades.
We might get some action here on Alexander with this ace-9 suited. I mean, he's short enough.
He's raising an additional 22,500, so Alexander can certainly afford it, but can he afford to lose it?
I mean, he's shown
And
the.
that's a
Yeah,
no.
I was gonna say he's
Ace-9
shown the
diamond
ability to
suited.
not have a problem really laying down
Yeah.
ace in that range.
Well, he's getting a call from the other Japanese player with Queen-9, so he's dominated here. Sorry.
Says sorry. Yeah, like you said earlier.
Yeah, one of them's buying the drinks in the bar.
Yeah.
One of them's going thirsty.
As our dealer puts out that lovely flop here, I mean, it
Well,
looks
he's a
like
middle pin and misses.
They don't like that.
That means Matsuto's eliminated in 6th place. We have broken the bubble. I'm not sure if they gave a little money to the bubble. Hope for his sake he got some. But he will be propping up the bar and waiting for his buddy who knocked him out so kindly.
Yes, there will be conversation about this, as they are one of very few Japanese players that have been here. There's been 3 or 4 that we've seen this week.
3 guys I've seen this week, but they all hang out together, so they all, whether or not they're friends, they certainly
They at least know
each other.
At least know each other. I mean, it's a little far from home not to know each other when you're at the same event from the same country this far away.
I've seen Matsuto at another event. Actually, I think it was the Bratislavan WPT. I saw him there. Fairly sure I got a taxi back to the airport with him.
Well, I mean, some of these Asian players, you know, due to places like Japan not having legalized gaming, you know, them traveling a long distance is something they're fairly used to. I mean, we're gonna have it folded around here. We have blind on blind action. Kozub gives up his big blind, and we're gonna have a walk. I believe this is the first walk we've seen at the final table.
First walk.
Paris shows the 6 of diamonds for the 6 high walk he receives.
Yeah. Now it's the loss.
So Pavel still chip leader. Wataru getting up to 166,000 by eliminating his friend there. We don't have an outright very low stack. Everyone has over 25 blinds. 25, 30 and 29 with our chip leaders on 78 and 55. So we will...
I mean, everybody's at least mid to
they're a
decent stack
comfortable
range,
range,
right? Yeah.
we have to wait for the blinds to go up before we get any...
No one's short
real
enough yet to
paper.
be forced into any kind of action right now. So I mean, we're going to see how they play with fairly, about as balanced stacks as we've probably seen most of this event. I mean, with the exception of the big stack.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody else is within one double up of being in the same point. Being middle stack. We're going to see
In the
Alexander.
hijack with Ace King raising, running into a pair of threes, who's considering a raise in seat 2.
Kozub actually,
Not seat 1, sorry.
yeah, C1
And
actually
a pair
laid
of-
those down. The
Pair of fours instead in seat
yeah,
2.
the C3 mucked him down.
He
Mucked his
must
two
have known.
threes.
Must have known. Pair of fours next to him. Maybe he's got a read.
But
Or maybe he
Kozub-
can just see his cards. Look what he could be looking.
I know we're on beer too, but I don't see anybody hanging out with us back here. So. I mean, Alexander, looks like he actually 3-bet those 2 4s. Made it 16,000.
I do like to see aggression with low pairs.
It puts you in a better position than calling it off and then to still be on the defensive here. Especially at this point in the tournament. You know, you just hit the money. And you're playing it.
He's got the button, so that's always a powerful position.
You're also 3-betting a player who's shown the ability to lay down hands that he's opened with. Yeah. And we're not going to see that. We're actually going to see Alexander jam back into it.
Putting the pressure back on Wataru Kasugi.
We're going to see how the Japanese player handles this here. I mean, he decided to 3-bet with it. We're going to see how aggressive he really wants to be, you know, with putting half his stack in right now. And it's going to take roughly 50% of his stack to make this call. I mean, and at best, he's actually in the situation he currently is in, with without knowing it.
Yeah.
You know, it's not going to be too many times that he's going to get 4-bet here in this spot when they've just hit the money with random hand at this point. And Alexander's going to win the spot. Besides, his 2 4s just aren't strong enough to make this call of the jam back into him here.
There's the logo for CEO Steve Fraser's company, Planet Earth Poker Events.
Planet Earth Poker Events. You know, being several places around the globe here. You know, what's Planet Earth going to? They've been running some events in Estoril, Portugal, and actually in St. Martin coming up in May. We've got a couple of our cohorts here sticking their head in the room here. We got a little, actually, Ashley Cassidy.
Make me famous.
She just wants to be famous.
Yeah, she just wants to be famous, and you know, what can you say? You know, sometimes the Scottish are a little bit special.
Well, this is our last day, so everyone is on the last day buzz, including the players who are all 5k richer right now. About 4 and a bit k.
4 and a bit. I mean, we do have that massive.
What's a grand between friends?
Yeah. Well, I mean, we do have that massive jump between 5th and 4th of what is that? 400, 600 euro.
420 euros jump between 5th place and 4th place.
So I mean, for such a steep bubble, we've got a pretty shallow payout jump between the two.
I mean, it's only 1,200 or something on top for 3rd.
Yeah. It's a fairly flat payout once you actually make the payout.
Yeah, but 10k for 1st, 10.5k for 1st. So.
Yeah. It's not so bad for a couple days' work. I mean, I got room for 10k in the bank.
No, I can't put anything in my bank account's full.
Well, when you owe them money, they tend to lock it out in one payment first.
Full of zeros.
Yes, full of zeros.
Yep.
It's too bad we can't put anything in front of it. We're gonna see Paris opens it up here to 6,500
with the Ace King offsuit. Everyone's favorite hand, I think.
Alexander's gonna lay down his 8-6. Kozaba is gonna more than likely throw this away, even though it's gonna be just one big, a little bit more than one big blind to call. But he really hasn't gotten too much action. But it looks like he's gonna make a call here with the 10-7 suited.
See that button there? That push.
I see a lot of buttons right there.
Pushes that button when you cough, and it mutes you, so you don't have to listen to that.
Well, just for the people at home, I'm just gonna mute you and.
I actually probably shouldn't talk about our function buttons here, because if people find out there's a way to keep us quiet,
yeah, but
everyone will be lining up outside our booth.
I'm sure if we continue back here and this final table drags on too long with a few more beers, we'll forget we have the mute button.
As long as it doesn't go on too long and we start running around.
Well, I mean, we do seem to have a little bit of distance here. I mean, I've got a good at least 10 meters with the cord.
We have a 10-meter cord in a 3-meter room.
There's a door.
Oh, there is a door.
But I mean, there's actually been a fairly fast final table, getting down to 5 players from 8 fairly quick.
I thought we'd be on the bubble much longer.
Yeah, the bubble only took us a few hands.
Yeah. We haven't even had 40 hands yet, so we've already lost.
Yeah, as long as it took us to go from 12 players down to our official final table of 8 players. You know, we spent most of our day waiting around for that to happen. They fought really hard to make this Asian Poker Series final table.
So on the button, Alexander with a pair of 10s. He's raising. Looks like he's raising 7,000 here.
Wow, we're gonna have Alexander open here, and Kazum moves all in with King 9 and gets called by the 2 10s. I mean, that's extremely surprising to see this kind of reaction, the way he plays his hand of King 9, the way he had played so tight with so many other hands, for him to get it all in there with King 9. Yeah. Now we're going to have our 5th place finisher, Thomas Kazum. One of our 2 Polish players at the final table is out in 5th place.
And it leaves us with 4 players. Leaving us with 4 players. All of top 3 are fairly well balanced stacks. 50 big blinds, 66 big blinds, and 76. Short stack is Brian Parrish from the US with 81,400, leaving him 27 big blinds.
Shall we?
And we are going through a dealer change here as we look at these chip stacks. This is a let's call him competent.
Yes, we'll call our one of our roommates here competent, Mr. Marcin Kasperkiewicz.
Kasper Bajowowicz.
Yeah, sits down all the way from Poland. You know, it's a long bus ride here from the next country.
You got the bus.
Yeah,
he's upgraded. That's the great thing about us commentating. Most of the time people commentating will be players. They don't really know many dealers, whereas we can sit here and tell you many secrets about the face you see on the other side of the table.
Yeah, and we're much cheaper for bribery for blackmail. I mean,
we only take beers, paid in alcohol.
I mean, we'll definitely take a beer or 2 here. I mean, it's our last day here.
Ooh. Short stack Paris picking up 8 queen after Kasugi has raised his 9-6 suited.
I mean, we're definitely going to see some action here.
I think Paris here has potential to be a very, very aggressive player. So you're going to re-raise now with that ace queen. Put the pressure back on Kasugi.
I don't see him getting too much action on this 9-6 unless Kasugi decides that he's going to make a move here back at him. I don't see a flat call coming out of this hand. Unlikely a little Hollywooding here, and Kasugi's going to lay it down.
Hand 39, blind still 1500 and 3k with an ante of 500. Not putting any pressure on any of the players here. No one's really feeling the pinch of the blinds yet. It'll be a good long while.
I mean, especially right there with Paris picking up that last hand. You know, that puts him back up over 30 big blinds, and I mean
if
he's still fairly comfortable at that point.
If Paris is eliminated as the short stack, unless our chip leader eliminates him, it's going to give a lot of a play on the last three. There's plenty of room for them to play a few good hands. Pavel flopping a small pair. Nope, a small straight draw.
Yes, yes. So that would be a straight draw when 4 cards are on line.
4 cards in a row.
Line, bro, you know, whatever. Ah, here's another associate from Planet Earth Poker
And
events here.
Now he's got this small pair. I was just one more street ahead of everybody else, like usual.
Yeah, it's usually because you're lost on the wrong street, but
Yes.
you know.
So yeah, small pair versus a king 9. And Pavel's betting. I think he's just trying to steal this, knowing his pair's probably live, probably good, but the straight draw on the board is scarier for Kasugi.
I mean, at worst in this hand right now with his pair, he's running a semi-bluff because of the straight draw. But I mean,
Yeah, that was the phrase I was looking for.
but I mean, is it really a semi-bluff when you have the best hand and the guy has king high?
Yeah. "40 hands in, we've already lost 3 players.
No, that would be 4, sir. We've gone from 8 to
4 hands in. 4 hands in.
No, 4 players.
Yeah. One of them wasn't a player. He was just around. I'm not going to say which, though.
I was going to say that's more of a shape than an actual location.
Do you reckon we'll break 100 hands before this game's over?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you reckon we break 150?
No.
125.
Yes. No.
So I'll set the
Maybe.
line for an over and under at 115.
Well, it depends what's the bet.
2 beers.
2 bears. Didn't you?
Actually, no, 3 beers. I need to make my money back from last night's bet.
I was going to say, yeah, didn't you lose this similar bet last night
I lost
to
the exact
Yoni?
same bet last night with Yoni.
Which way did Yoni go in this bet last night? Did he take the over?
He took the over, yeah.
Ooh. I don't know. This one is breaking down a little bit faster than yesterday's. I'm going to take the under.
You're
on
going to take the under on
125,
125. No, 115.
yes. And as we pick up the hand here, Alexander and Paris are in this hand. Alexander's call to action pre-flop with 7-5 suited.
Flopping
And
a
Paris
straight.
has 8-9, yeah. And Alexander's actually flopped the nuts here. And now Paris has made top pair. I mean, we should see a little bit of action here. I mean, this board is so dry at this point. Paris has to think his pair that he's made on the turn is good, or at least still live. Little does he know, Alexander
Drawing dead.
cannot lose this hand. We're going to have Paris here and face this bet of 9,500. I mean, I really don't see him folding at this point.
And calls.
Decides to play it fairly slow, which, as you and I can see, is the best action. Well, now this card might have actually saved him a little bit, because Alexander's still going to lead, and it might actually slow down Paris here. I mean, now it brings that straight into realization here. You can actually see the cards in front of him. Pavel's going to try and trap him a little bit. See if he can give Paris enough rope to hang himself with, and he doesn't. He's going to check behind here. I say the way the hand played out, Alexander, got minimum value out of this hand. He only got 1 street out of it.
I think Brian Paris probably would have called a small bet on the river there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He lost that last street of value there.
Although you only needed a 7 in the end, or any two clubs to beat him. But
he's still gonna call a fairly small bet, I think, in that situation, just because he could just be representing the 7 at that point. Yeah, like you just heard Paris say, "Lucky river for him."
Lucky river.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said, the river kind of slows him down and shuts him down of thinking he has that best hand.
Mm-hmm.
Now it brings a hand like 6-7 into the range. of something he can't beat.
That puts Alexander over 217,000, so he's almost caught up to the chip leader Pavel.
We're going to see Paris open up here to 6,500 with 2 deuces here.
Yeah, well, deuces never lose.
No. That's what they say. I'm not exactly sure. I think in this situation, I really like his hand right now at the moment as we see.
So you're saying you would prefer to have deuces than 3-2 suited?
Well, I mean, at this current juncture, I'm going to go with yes. I mean, I'll probably change my mind here in a second.
Suited.
Well, yes, it is suited. I mean, you know, and that gives you that about like 1.8% increase or something.
1.8, yeah.
But I mean, at this point, he's a huge dog with his, deuce tray.
Suited.
I mean, right now he has picked up a gut shot. So I mean, he has added 4 more outs to pick himself up to 7 outs right now on this hand. With a hand with 3 high, that's actually not that bad compared to the situation he realistically is in right now at this moment. And he's actually going to fire into Paris.
Paris is going to fold because the problem when you're betting the deuces, unless you hit that set, you're just playing against 3 overcards on the flop, regardless of what they are.
Yeah, it's a very, very, very tricky spot to be in, especially with someone who has shown some tendencies for aggression here that lead into him.
Hand 42, blind still 1500, 3k with a 500 ante.
I mean, as for our over under bet, I'm really hoping it goes under 125. I mean, it's taken this long.
The line is 115.
I'm really hoping for under 115. That's even better because now we're on hand 42.
Yeah.
And it's taken us a little while to get there. Now it's open as King 4. Yeah, open up with the King 4. You can get that 3-bet in from Alexander with Ace Deuce suited. Makes it 20,000 off the button.
And everyone folds. No one's going to want to challenge either of these 2 players on the right. They have both have big stacks over 220,000.
You know, and as Paris' stack is just dwindling down. He's definitely...
Paris still over 20 big blinds, so he's still relatively safe.
Yeah, but at this point right now, his stack has become a very small stack in comparison to the two that have position on him at this moment.
There's only 2 hands, any given round, that he's not putting more chips into the pot, not just the antes.
Yeah,
antes are just 2k each round of the table. So.
Yeah, and he's also, he's paying the full blinds, antes, and he has the 2 biggest and most aggressive stacks on his immediate left.
Yeah.
So not only is he short, he doesn't have much room and position to work with right now.
Yeah.
Right, now he's picked up Ace 10. He's actually finally maybe found a spot here that he might 3-bet in, especially being 4-handed. I mean, as the hand strength goes up, you can open up your range here.
He's raised.
And start playing a few more hands.
3-bets up to 17.5.
I mean, hands like Ace 10 go up in so much in strength and value.
Especially
they're short.
3 and 4-handed. Yeah, they're huge compared to these smaller.
Yeah, he picks up
cards.
Picks up so much. Just picks up so much value, especially when someone as aggressive as Alexander has shown in opening a lot of pots. I mean, Ace 10 is a very big hand against that range.
We've seen him be aggressive, but he's also more than capable of laying down big hands as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's why it makes it even more important that Ace 10 value goes up. Because now you pick up those chips without much of a confrontation.
I'm wondering if that could be a leak. If he's willing to bet and raise with big cards, but he's not willing to call with them, he's just going to hemorrhage chips.
Well, so far tonight, it's always been the right laydown so far. Yeah, I mean, he hasn't really hurt himself too much with his actions. Reminds me of Emerson. I mean, as things go here, I mean, it just seems like the players are remaining to be fairly quiet and serious about this final table. I mean, I'm wondering if that's more of a language thing or, you know, what we got going on here, because none of these guys are from the same countries or even places with the same languages.
Because of the gap in the chairs. Makes it seem like they're further away.
Well, I mean, you know, if you know, we get Alexander and Pavel a little closer to each other, I mean, start might be a little weird here. So I don't know if it's a gap in the chairs because they're still not talking.
So a bet and a call, or 3 bet and a call. Ace 10 versus 7-4 suited. 7 pairs on the flop.
Kasugi actually takes the lead with that there against that Ace 10.
7-9 queen, rainbow flop.
Pavel's going to check his Ace 10. Pretty sure we should get a bet here out of Kasugi in position. And he's going to check behind. He's letting himself.
Board pairs on the turn with queens.
It's actually not such a bad card for Kasugi at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it means that, you know, he didn't. If there was no bet on the flop, he probably doesn't have the queen, so he hasn't hit trips.
I mean,
it hasn't made any draws. Only a heart draw now is available. Hasn't filled any draws.
Yeah, I mean, a pair on the board there. I mean, it gives Kasugi, you know, a better feeling of his hand, but he's now just let himself check it all the way down.
He definitely should have bet on the turn.
If there definitely was a point now. Now he has no choice because he can't call really all any bet with that right now. Even if Pavel's just representing an ace here in this spot, which, as you know, we all can see now, but Kasugi can't, obviously, that the ace has hit. So now he's going to have this, obviously going to face a bet here. I don't see him checking down this ace. I mean, I don't know if there's a way you can actually make yourself call here with bottom pair. I mean, I think this is a pretty standard fold here. You know, you've checked yourself into a position of making this.
What?
Wow, Kasugi actually raises it.
Wow.
Men raises. He raises, makes it 36,000. He's trying to represent having a queen here. He's trying to represent that he checked a queen twice.
This is going to be a crucial pot, because if Pavel wins this, he's going to go over 300,000.
Yeah, and it's a very, very pivotal position with the stack sizes in that. I mean, and with this small of a raise into a river bet with the paired queens on the board, I mean, his bet is screaming strength. I mean, this is a value bet bluff, as you can set up. I mean, I honestly don't see how Pavel with his chip stack is going to lay it down, but I mean, this move shows just actually probably some pretty good thoughts here and a good line of thinking on what's going on. So I mean, as you can see, he has the worst hand of this matchup. He's showing some serious heart here. Men raising in this spot, and he's actually going to get it through. Yeah. He's actually going to get it through. He's going to represent that he checked 2 queens twice.
Yeah. That's going to give him more confidence as well, because
he shows it.
Oh,
and he shows his 7. He's going to show him that he made that move.
I don't know if I'd be showing anybody there.
I don't know. He's showing him that he's capable. I mean, maybe he wants to set him up for more action later.
I think he actually is now at least half a foot taller in his seat.
Well, I mean, wouldn't you be too at that point, making you sweat a little bit?
Yeah.
I mean I really actually like that move. I mean,
yeah,
it's not going to get through that many times, but when it does, it's a great spot there. We're going to see what it's done to his confidence as we go on here, because he's been fairly quiet to that point. I mean, I think that's why he actually got that through.
I was going to say, you know, it's showing that his image is very tight, but not anymore.
No, he's now taken his image, and well, now he's got an image that he wants action.
And Pavel with ace 10 again. This time it's suited, and dominating Paris, who's under the gun, and raised to 8k.
Paris has picked up 2 suited middle cards here. Decide that he's going to step right into the water here. Ooh, Kasugi's going to show ace queen here, and he's asking about Paris' stack. I mean, we're probably going to see a 3-bet for sure here. Now he's going to jam. Kasugi moves all in here from the small blind. He's going to pick up this spot right now.
Everyone avoiding Kasugi now after that 7-5 show.
He shows some aggression now. He shows that he seems to be willing to have some action go on now.
Anyway, covering here.
Wow, they actually spoke to each other across the table. It's a very surprising addition right now.
I think they've been speaking a while. It's just you have headphones on and can't hear them.
Well, you know, the only headphones I can hear is you and the TV, so I mean, you know.
Hand 46. Under the gun with ace deuce suited. Pavel is going to raise.
That almost going to open with that ace deuce, and I don't think he's just going to take it down.
No one wants to play. Pavel's still got to be steaming of losing that.
Yeah, because he could have picked up a lot of chips. That would have gave him.
That would have given him such a lead. More than 100,000 on second.
I mean, he's been fairly apparent to use his chip stack almost like a almost like a hammer, because he just keeps opening in pots, and constantly applying pressure and everything. You know, he's just using that chip stack to his advantage. So I mean, if he takes that pot, he actually gets himself in a position to have ability to put more pressure on everyone. I'm going to sit here and have folded around Alexander, who folds it. Kasugi opens up off the button for 8,500. And Zendowitz actually makes the call out of the big blind with Queen 3 suited here. Going to take it to the flop of 9 of spades, 8 of diamonds, 6 of diamonds. Actually, we got Kasugi here first with the King Jack off. It's going to go check, check. Kasugi's on the button, actually, excuse me. Kasugi's actually managed to pick up an open ender here. Zendowitz has picked up a gut shot here on the turn. You'll see Kasugi follow through here with a bet on the turn here with his open ender. So he's going to take the spot down with that bet here on the turn.
Almost halfway. Well, a third of the way.
Yeah.
So 115 hands.
But it's our, as we're showing here, our pace is crawling along at this final table.
We've really slowed down compared to how much it was earlier on.
Yes,
like it wasn't crazy earlier on.
No, but the pace was moving along. Now we've had a very slow, methodical pace brought to this final table. And Kasugi opens up with King Jack again. Got action fold around Alexander in the big blind with Ace 5. Actually going to make the call.
Ace 5 picking up a pair on the flop.
We have a flop of 3 of diamonds, 9 of hearts, 5 of clubs.
And neither player has suited cards, so they weren't fishing for a flush draw at this stage.
Kasugi actually bets 9,500 from under the gun and gets a call from Alexander. Got Queen of Spades here on the turn. Alexander checks.
He picks up a few extra outs.
Kasugi kind of fumbles with his chips here. And if Alexander's going to read anything into that, as Kasugi then follows through and bets, looks like 15-5? 16-5. think Sugi's actually gonna pick up this pot here with that turn bet.
Everyone
Just got shot.
9-8.
Queen 9 also, yeah.
Yeah, or Queen 9.
As we're gonna come back to the action here. Ooh, being joined again by Miss Ashley Cassidy in here. I'm going to pick up the action here, three-way. 6-6-3 flop. Paris bets 9,000 into the flop. The other two players fold and get out of the way. Pick it up here with Zendowitz under the gun. With Alexander on the button. Alexander's going to open up with 9-10 suited. Make it 8,000 off the button. You know, for the min raise here. He's going to get his call from Paris here. Paris actually has the best hand here with Jack 9 against 9-10. Flop is 9 high with the 9-4-4.
This is going to be good action now. Both players with top pair.
You see Alexander follow through with a fairly small bet here.
10s and jacks as well. They're not the first thing you consider is a weak kicker.
No.
So if you have 10-9, you're thinking you're good, even though.
Well, especially playing heads, especially in a heads-up pot in a four-handed final table here. I mean, we're going to see Paris raise. He's going to make it 16,000.
So unless Alexander really puts a lot of pressure on him to fold.
This hand's going to play out. I mean,
all the way to the river, but you know, there's he'll try and now jack pairs.
Jack pairs, which is good for Paris, but it's also going to slow down Alexander at the same time. So I mean, it'll be interesting to see how Paris plays this turn after he's check raised down, now made top two pair. He's going to check it. It's going to go check check. He's actually going to try and get himself one more bet out of this on the river here. I don't think he can go for the check raise again. But he does have to be worried that that king has hit Alexander. If Alexander did have a king, he would have the best hand here, but Paris is going to lead into him. They're at 23,500 here. I'm going to see what Alexander can sniff out that he's actually made the two pair here. Alexander decides that his 9 is not strong enough and goes ahead and lays it down here.
I think the king with the scare card.
The king and the jack really slowed down his action. I mean, the check.
I think any other card except a king and a 10 obviously would have. Well, a 10 would have been great for Brian Paris there.
No.
If he'd hit that 10, then I think we'll see a raise and then an all-in.
Yeah.
Both players thinking that their two pair is good. Paris could have easily doubled up there, but the king is scary enough for Alexander to.
Well, I think the only spot Paris might, actually double up in that hand is if Alexander decides to go a little crazy on the flop when he gets check raised. But neither player is really showing that aggression to get it in with that many chips right now. It'd be a very awkward spot to get it in with those hands. Now, Kasugi and Zadowitz. And the spot after Kasugi opened with 3-4 suited, got a call out of the big blind with ace-6.
And 52. 2 and 4K blinds with a 500 ante. Still no real pressure.
Uh-oh. Seem to have fallen behind on the second one here. Hey.
King Jack on the small blind for Pavel. Suited, so it's very, very pretty cards. And he's ran into a dominating hand of King King. Raised to 11,000. Kings need 7,000 to call, but I think we're going to see a raise. Three bets up to 23k. Now, King Jack is just good enough that Pavel is seriously thinking about calling.
I mean, you know, King Jack
Not
in this
knowing
spot,
he's
four-handed after
in a
just
very,
opening.
very poor position.
Yeah.
King Jack in this spot looks great, but Kings are fantastic in this situation.
It's a very, very pretty hand, but I mean, he's got to be running through his mind that he could be running into ace queen, ace jack.
Yeah.
Could be severely dominated at this point. I mean, it's never going to cross his mind that he's actually as dominated as he is.
He's calling off all his small chips. This is a great tell. You see this all the time from players. They don't think they're in a great position, so they just want to get rid of their loose change.
Yeah. Yeah, he's definitely trying to find a spot where to get rid of money he really doesn't want.
Yeah.
Well, as we often see now, he definitely has found that position to get rid of his loose change.
Yeah. He really not confident,
Oh,
and he
wow.
flops trips.
Wow.
Now he'll be throwing in the bigger chips.
He falls alone. I think he's going to let Alexander kind of hang
Of
himself
course,
here.
he's going to trap him. Why would you bet into a razor when you just flop trips? Although I personally think betting into the razor is my favourite play here.
I also
They never
think,
put you on that hand.
I also think betting into him, because I mean now it goes check check. What
And
hand do you
ace
leave?
slows
Especially
him
when,
right down
especially
on
when
the
ace
turn.
peels, you've lost the greater majority of your value. Because if you bet here,
Yeah.
you're going to represent that ace, and two kings are already paranoid and possibly scared off to start with here.
Yeah,
I mean,
so coming out on the turn here. I would definitely have bet the flop. I'm sure a lot of people wouldn't agree with me. But like you said, there's
I think you have to bet the flop actually to consider your hand.
yeah.
Because if you check or check and lead the turn or check
And then
call
if
the flop, I mean it kind of sends up a red
if you come
flag.
betting out on the turn, then you're pretty much saying, well, I definitely hit the flop here.
Especially if you put yourself in a position for a check call.
That ace is going to be scaring Alexander here, so.
Well, especially after he let him have that free card and check the flop.
We saw him fold big hands earlier, but this is a very big fold. Can he do it? I don't think he's putting him on trip jacks. I think he's putting him on an ace, a big ace. So, and you know, that's the card he did not want to see, especially with a check on the flop.
Yeah, I mean it's going to be a very hard spot for him to actually do anything right now with his hand. And you know, while Alexander's thinking what he's going to do to face this bet, you know, I'm probably just going to turn and take a little break here.
Oh, he's reaching. So is
he's
this
reaching for
gonna
the
be a
big
call or a
chips.
raise?
He's reaching for big chips. Is he just going to flat call here?
Yeah, just 33,000 to call. That's what he's thrown in.
Wow.
6 whites, 3 blues.
I'm not sure if I really like this call or the method the dealer is putting the chips in with.
Yeah, march in, just knock them down. A 10 of diamonds, no help for either player.
10 is obviously no help. Now the question is with Alexander calling that turn, was that just an aggravation call, or does he really believe that he has the best hand with 2 kings in that spot, and that he's caught Zendowitz, you know, representing an ace?
I think Alexander knows that he's beaten here. He just doesn't want to admit it to himself. That ace is always scary when you have kings. He knows he's beaten, but he doesn't know how he's beaten.
No.
Yeah, I don't think he's putting him on trip jacks here. I think he's putting him on ace queen, ace jack. Well, not ace jack, but you know, ace 10 possibly. But either way, the ace is the one that scared him off.
No, I mean, how much is his curiosity going to cost him?
Yeah.
So now you're basically just giving away tournament chips, which are very, you know, much more important than cash game chips at this point. I mean, obviously.
Yeah, well, cash game chips would be useless here.
That is funnily enough, but they would actually have a higher value than our tournament chips.
Not individually. They're all about 60, 70 cents.
Well, that is true, but they'll give you more money for the cash ones.
So 134 grand pot. This is going to be.
I mean, this
Both players were chip leaders, so it's unusual to see 2 guys with big stacks going at it like this.
Especially with the sort of hand this has kind of developed into. I mean,
Brian Paris watching there in the bottom left of the screen is probably grinning inside, because he knows that very easily one of the big chip leaders, one of the big threats on the table, is about to be crippled in this hand, if not knocked out.
Yeah.
So his short stack doesn't look so short anymore.
He's definitely
Pavel's
prepared.
counting out chips here for a big bet.
He's going to bet
60 something?
51.5?
20, 50, 57.
57 and a half.
57 and a half. There's a blue chip there in the middle.
I mean, I don't understand what could be going through Alexander's mind here. I mean, he has to feel that he has to feel that he's either that or he's trying to make himself believe that this is a missed flush draw, or just a pure bluff, because the only hands he can beat right now is, you know, a random ace, an open ender that's missed, or a flush draw that's missed.
Yeah, or an underpair. You know, pocket 6s, pocket 7s.
Yeah, but I mean, he's still. I mean, the way the check went and leading the turn. I mean, it seems like the actions led him into somehow thinking he might have the best hand in this spot with these 2 kings. I think the person that definitely looks the most interested in this hand right now is Paris right now. You're going to see the 2 kings. There they go. Finally gets himself convinced into the muck, but now Zendowitz picks up almost 68,000 in profit in this pot of 140,000 basically. As we can see here now, Alexander and Brian Paris now both are our short stacks with 25 big blinds each.
Whereas Waturu, Kasugi, and Pavel Zavadowicz, am I saying that right?
Zawodowicz, yeah.
Zavadowicz. Both fairly even big stacks with 56 and 58 blinds each. The other 2 fellas having less than 25.
Well,
but with the blinds this low, you know, there's no pressure on. There's no need to be shoving chips in unless you absolutely have to.
But they're also starting to show more of a tendency that they've all opened up and actually started to become a little bit more aggressive with things.
Well, Pavel's picked up pocket 5s and going to throw it in for a raise.
Makes it
Raise
9,000 here. Alexander's moved all in behind him, yes. With King Jack.
With his favourite hand.
Let's definitely put some action in with this. Now we're going to have a chip count here.
If this hand knocks Alexander out, he will be cursing King Jack for a long, long time to come. I hate Jack King off.
It does usually put you in an awkward situation with other players around.
Well, there's nothing worse than jacking off on a full table anyway. Much better doing it short-handed.
I mean, it is such a terrible hand that it's just puts you in too many awkward spots, and usually gets you some funny looks.
Even suited jacking is pretty bad. Although Pavel likes suited jacking. He's made him the big chip leader. He's back up to over 240k. Oh, the game seems to be getting a little long for our Japanese. Maybe he's a jet lag still.
Well, he's only been
Turo
here.
Kasugi giving a little yawn.
Well, these guys came in at the beginning of the last event during that Grand Live event.
Yeah, they've been here a while. So.
Yeah, they've only been here a few days, but I mean they've traveled, you know, what, 15, 14, 15 time zones?
Pretty sure the Japanese guys got here during Red Bet.
Were they here during Red Bet?
Yeah. Red Bet was one of the other tournaments, but this is the Prague Poker Festival. Has been almost 3 weeks of poker tournaments. Coincidentally, running at the same time as the EPT or the other side of Prague, but the better games have been here, obviously, with Planet Earth poker events.
Oh, and
CEO
Steve Fraser. And even as far as it's been, King's Casino here, you know, actually ran their games in euros.
Yeah.
Instead of in the local currency Czech
The
krona,
Czech
which
krona.
seemed to go over really well. We had a fairly decent amount of bigger games. We had
For traveling poker players, currency becomes a major issue because, you know, obviously rates fluctuate, etc. You can't really keep your bankroll set. I know a lot of players that will just have cash bankrolls in different currencies because they travel to the States and Europe and other zones with money all the time,
Yeah,
and they don't want to lose out on these
you don't want to
exchange
exchange
prices.
Yeah. But I mean, we had that 100 PLO go for like 4 or 5 straight days. Game never broke.
Yeah.
It was pretty much the better part of a week
Yeah.
that we had here at King's Casino here in Prague. And, you know, down there in the live room and that, they treat those players fairly well with the free drinks and the food and everything down there. I mean, it's a first class service and show all the way around. And up here in the tournament room with Planet Earth poker events and everything with King's Casino, it's you know, it's been a pretty smooth and fun event for everyone involved.
We're coming up to a break here, break in the action, and we're hoping we can get a member of Planet Earth Poker Events to come in and share some stuff with us, have a little chat.
Yeah, we'll see if
So
we
you
can
don't
drag.
just have to listen to us guys. We'll see if we can get CEO Steve Fraser.
See if we can get CEO Steve Fraser, if we can get co-tournament directors Troy Iverson and or Troy Stromer.
Troy and Troy.
Troy and Troy. Or as we like to separate, T.I. and Troy.
T.I. and Helenov.
T.I. and Helenov, yes, that is very true. We'll come back to the action here. You know, it's facing a bet of 12,500 here.
3-player hand. We have
mid-pair flush draw.
Ace-7, Queen-10 and Jack-9. Both the Jack-9 and the Queen-10 have flopped pairs.
And it looks like the top pair was Queen 10.
Jack-9 flopping a flush draw as well.
Yeah, it looks like the two hands that actually have the best value towards us have checked to Kasugi, who has continued his aggressive trend of late and fired off 12,500 from the button. We're coming back here to the middle pair with the
I think
flush draw.
with 2 players behind him, being aggressive here might mean at least one of them's going to call.
It looks like we're going to see a little raise here. Looks like somewhere around 47,000. Yeah, Alexander check raises to 47,000, and Alexander and Kasugi quickly fold. Now just see it.
246,000, 61 blinds.
Zavadalets.
Short stacks are 25 big blinds each.
Zadalets has retaken the chip lead now with 246,000. For pretty much since they got down to one table, he's had the chip lead the entire time. He lost a little while there with Kasugi taking it from him, but Kasugi coming into day 2 was our initial chip leader with 16 players remaining.
So a small blind, Pavel picks up King 8 and he's considering a raise.
I mean, with his aggressive trend and full of him in the small blind, I'm pretty sure we're going to see him do something with it. He's going to make it 10K and just pick it up. No, he makes it 10K. Alexander quickly mucks his 9-3
Just
off
saw
there.
just saw the one chip go in there. Thought it was one.
Right here. Let's have a little sip and clear up that eyesight.
Well, this make me see double. There'll be 4 chips then.
Well, that way when you saw only one, you'd actually been right with your 10,000 call.
I thought I need to give you some change and I put 5 or something.
Thomas, yes.
Thomas, the new dealer.
From Slovakia. Thomas has been with us and Pepe events for a few years now. We first met Thomas back in, what was that, 2009 in Bratislava?
Bratislava for the WPT.
It's been a few days and a few beers ago.
Pavel picked up another big hand, so he's another raise. 2 raises in a row. Someone's going to get angry with him. Ace deuce.
I mean, any ace right now on the
Causing
button
the small
playing
blind to fold
four-handed.
is 10-8. And Kasugi,
We're going to see action out of Kasugi here with his Jack
our action
8.
player, I think.
Yeah.
Jack 8 suited.
He's been our action player since he showed that great bluff with the 7-4
Yeah.
on that double queen board. Right now, he's actually flopped the best hand. I don't foresee Kasugi going anywhere anytime soon with this hand, due to the aggression level he's been showing.
I would have thought we'd see a bet there, but he'll probably try and induce action from Pavel. Maybe come over the top of him.
Pavel bets 10,000 on this flop. Now the action back on Kasugi. Who
Comes over the top.
There it is.
At 24k.
There's a good check raise at 24,000. It's just like you said we were probably going to see in this position with him being that much of an action
Where's
player
that
right
if
now.
Pavel folds. I was hoping to see another re-click or a misclick.
See if you can click it back at him and
Yeah.
see what kind of action we can drive here.
Wonder would Kasugi be still betting his 8s there with a re-raise from Pavel? Would that have slowed him down completely?
Well, he's definitely shown the ability for plenty of aggression. You know, I mean, we may see him actually even in that spot, 5-bet or jam back into him. I mean, Pavel has been the person that he has had the most action with.
Yeah,
And has pulled the most moves with, so he may be trying to show it
He
again.
has been jamming it into Pavel recently, so
These two have clashed a lot. Pavel doesn't seem to be taking it too well with this action.
definitely does not like taking it.
Well, every time Kasugi's jammed it into him, he's had a very bad reaction and seemed very uncomfortable with it. We're coming up back to the action here. We got Paris with a queen 6 off, and Kasugi with the ace 5 has picked up a gut shot draw here on the turn and has seen fire on a trip board.
With trips on the board. He's swinging at Paris now. Paris looks doubtful, but I don't see how he could possibly consider a call here. He's thinking, he knows, he's seen Kasugi.
I've seen the aggression. Kasugi's actually
make these big bluffs.
Kasugi's going to show him the ace
Shows
actually
the
in this
ace,
spot.
which is a fair enough bet with the ace.
No.
Yeah. Should have shown the 5.
I had to hit mute. You were going to spit everywhere. Pace has finally picked up a little bit here. We're all the way to 59. We seem to have gotten out of that little bit of funk we had there for a little minute when it was action had really slowed down. And Alexander fold his Jack 5 from under the gun. Looks like Kasugi has actually opened 8,500 with 10-8 off. Oh, and we're going to get Zavadowitz actually going to take a flyer here with the deuce straight suited. Seems to be a reoccurring theme at this final table.
He flops the pair. And Kasugi with a very dodgy straight draw. But with 3 hearts on the flop.
And 3 hearts, he's going to continue. He's going to continue to fire here. Like he's betting 11-5.
This non-stop aggression is getting him slowly building these chips up.
He seems to be the only player right now really willing to open up his game and be the aggressive player at the table.
Yeah, well, poker is a lot like driving. Aggression is what gets you through the traffic.
You're eventually just going to kind of run into somebody there and then jam here.
Yep. Until you crash into the back of a truck.
Or until the truck rips off your front bumper going through the giant roundabout in Dublin. But, you know.
That only happened once.
And we live just fine.
The car is now dead, though.
No, that's a different discussion.
So 9-8 under the gun. He seems to like these connecting hands.
You see, well, at this point in the day, he seems to be liking most hands right now. I don't know if we specifically called it the middle hands.
Well, we haven't really seen him play terrible hands other than the 7-5. He's played, justifiable hands. He hasn't played just random hands like the other Japanese
Come on,
player with the 8-3 on the button.
It was 8 deuce. It was much better.
8 deuce. Yeah, dominated.
Looks like Kasugi's going to...
Kasugi is dominated as well here with King 9. Pavel's
we're going to see how much his aggression is going to get him into trouble in this spot here.
To 23.
Oh, we're going to see an all-in with the ace-10 from Alexander. I mean, this, Kasugi instantly folds, and so does
Alexander. I think Alexander, Pavel. Alexander has the tightest image here, I think. Yeah.
For sure. Even though Paris right now is currently working on improving his tight image.
He hasn't played. He's only played 1 or 2 hands. 1 hand.
Yeah.
Really, and he folded, but he's waiting for an opportunity to get his short stack in, I think.
Yeah, since Paris has doubled up, he's been fairly quiet. He's played 1 or 2 hands, but he's really just let his chip stack kind of dwindle, due to the hands he's getting in the position and due to the sheer aggressiveness of the player on his right now. Now he's wedged between the two. Now he's wedged between the two bigger stacks to his left, and the chip leader that's being aggressive up on his immediate right. Paris is kind of wedged in here with not a lot of room to breathe.
What's saving him, the fact that the chip leader is on his right is constantly raising, means that he can throw away these marginal hands.
Yeah, he doesn't. He's not forced into any action.
Gives him a great opportunity later to flat bet or flat call something with a reasonably high hand and know that Kasugi's going to raise over the top for him. I mean, to get a little action or a little more value in each of the pots he does bet into. So we are Jack 8-7 board 2 clubs with Pavel and Kasugi going head to head again. Kasugi's going to jam it.
Well, looks like Pavel's going to be here with the best hand and probably jam it back in Kasugi.
I think it's just definitely Kasugi's time to take it in the face.
Yeah, I don't see him really getting much past this.
There's the raise.
Just gonna end up with a mess on him here with this hand.
Nope, no raise. 10k just calls.
He's gonna flat call. He's gonna let the aggression of Kasugi hang himself to dry here right now.
Board pairs with a 7.
Because he's already got a different version of the same move through.
Well, I don't think this is a wise decision to try the same situation, paired board, complete stone cold bluff. I mean, if he had it this time, he'd definitely get paid.
Yeah.
But
I don't
think Pavel's going to be giving him any credit for this.
No, right now I believe he's just using his sheer aggression, obviously. Yeah. And I mean, I believe if Pavel just flat calls here, he's going to get that 3-barrel value.
Yeah.
I believe that's what he just did. Yes. Pavel's just going to call. He's going to let the aggression of Kasugi.
We're going to see a check on the river from Kasugi here.
No, we're not. Kasugi actually made a pair, finally improved his hand, and has been called twice. Kasugi's going to continue to fire here with his sheer aggression. He set himself up pretty clean with this 3-barrel bluff, and now he's actually made a hand.
Now, the last time this almost identical hand happened, there was the ace on the river, right?
Yeah, it was the ace on the river, and Kasugi
Pavel.
Yeah, Kasugi represented having a queen by
Yeah.
checking back the turn and then min raising the river.
Yeah. Well, he hasn't min raised here.
No, he's led
Come
all
out
three
with about
streets.
40,000 bet here. Let's see.
I mean, this is
20,
about
33.
this is about the purest form you're gonna see. He's just 3-barrel bluff this.
Yeah. And Pavel has to be remembering the 7-5. Showing the 7-5 is a.
It might actually come back to bite him in the butt here.
Mm-hmm.
No, he's gonna get called right here.
He
I mean,
called, yep.
yeah. Now he's gonna have to show his 4, and there it is. You know,
Yeah.
he just let him.
Yeah.
Value bet himself into it.
The first time, not 4. so yeah, of course.
Should not have shown the 7-5.
I actually think this hand plays out fairly standard with the aggression level that he showed ever since that hand. I mean, I honestly don't even think that if he shows that hand, just due to his aggression, if he keeps that down, he still gets called on all 3 streets here.
Jamming into Pavel for 20-30 minutes.
Yeah,
it was inevitable. Pavel was eventually going to jam him back.
Yeah,
so.
or eventually have a hand that he's going to do value just out.
Yeah, just
not strong enough to raise,
and then end up with all the chips. Now he's got a big pile in front of him. Back to chip lead.
Back to a decent chip lead there.
Very good chip lead, actually. That was a big pot.
Is Alexander,
new hand.
As
He's under the
Alexander
gun,
prompts here,
Pavel's
Pavel. Yeah.
Come on, son. We need these chips in action. Pay attention.
Zavodovs is
Pair of 5s
gonna,
again. This, I think, is the third time.
Third or fourth time in this last half hour, 45 minutes, he's picked up 2 5s.
Alexander folds 8-7, king something, and then king 4. I didn't see what the second hand was, but he gets his bet through. Pair of 5s win the antes and the blinds.
And there it
Just
is.
under 300,000 for
Pavel's
Pavel.
taken a significant chip lead over the rest of the field. I mean, he's got second place covered by over a 3-2 margin now.
But Brian's still floating around 18 blinds now. Dropped down from 24, 25 earlier, so he's just slowly losing these chips. The chips are chipping away. The antes and the blinds are chipping away at his stack.
Yeah, he's slowly just kind of bleeding to death here, not being able to find spots to play many hands or pick anything up.
Having Kasugi on his right was preventing him playing anything speculative.
Yeah,
now Kasugi would have slowed down. He'll be Paris will be able to start.
I honestly don't think we're going to see
hands.
Kasugi slow down at this point. I mean, he's still opening. He's opening 9-10 here. He's getting action from Pavel with the Queen 6. I honestly think Kasugi is going to stay with his foot on the gas here and just keep going.
And there's the 6.
There's Kasugi flops middle pair with a 9-10. Pavel flops that bottom pair with the Queen. I mean, we're going to see how these two play each other now when they actually both make something on the flop here. I mean, this hand might actually play into Kasugi's favor after just showing a basically a 3-barrel bluff. I mean, I don't see.
Pavel has plenty of chips to be comfortable.
Pavel's not folding. Yeah. As you get the call here on the turn, I mean, I'm gonna do it here. 3 of clubs on the turn.
3 of clubs on the turn. No help for anybody.
Doesn't really change the hand at all for these guys.
A genuine blank. Paris getting comfortable. He's going to be here for a while.
Right. Kasugi's bet of 16 5s, enough to drive Pavel off that bottom pair.
Maybe he just knew he was behind.
Either that or he gave him credit for actually not running another 3-barrel immediately after he just got caught with doing it.
Yeah. So hand 64, blinds are 2 and 4K, ante is 500. Under the gun, Kasugi Queen 9. I think anything with a 9 and higher, Kasugi loves. Maybe even 7 or higher.
Yeah, Kasugi's definitely just staying, foot on the gas, trying to apply as much pressure as he can.
To 8.5 and runs into an ace-jack with Alexander on the big blind. It was only going to cost 4.5. He's going to peel that right off. Nope, there's a raise. Raises to 23. 24.
Seems like Kasugi's actually considering what he's going to do with his hand. He's actually going to lay it down, which is surprising for the amount of action he's just given. He's just been a severe action man right now.
Yep.
His chips will not get dusty.
No, they won't. I think we're coming up to the break here, which is good because we are going to try and find one of our event floor people to come in and have a chat with us, just so you don't have to listen to us two talking gibberish.
Try and bring somebody else in here from Planet Earth Poker events, or you know, somebody here from the Prague Poker Festival, or possibly the Asian Poker Series. I mean, their CEO is here,
Yeah.
along with their tournament director. We'll see if we can get one of those guys to come in here maybe and have a few words.
Yep. We're not quite at the break yet. I think we're playing another couple of hands. Powell raising with King 9 on the button. Actions round to Alexander, who's picked up 10s. He's considering a raise. 3-bet into 25,000 here, or thereabouts. Kasugi folds and goes on his break, joined by Paris.
You know, it's often at this time of the breaks we usually do see hands that have more action in them. Always seems like someone's trying to pick up chips right at the break here.
I was thinking to call here with King 9. He has position, but it's not a great hand to be calling with.
But he really seems to be thinking that Alexander's making a move here right before the break.
Pavel re-raises with King 9 to 52,000.
He's actually going to make this big move here, trying to use his giant stack right now to an advantage. I mean, he's going to put the pressure back on Alexander and see what Alexander feels his 2 10s are at right now. Alexander moves all in, and Pavel quickly folds. Found out all the information he needed right there. And now with completion of this hand, we're going to have ourselves a little break here. And we'll pick up the action here in about 13 minutes or so.
Here we can see the Asian Poker Series, some of their flagship events. Manila's just gone, 27th of September next year. Manila was just finished 3 or 4 days ago.
Yeah, just finished this previous week.
So this is next year's schedule. We're on this is the first event in 2015.
Looks like their next one coming up here January 27th in Cebu City.
Yep.
At the Waterford Cebu City Hotel and Casino in the Philippines. Main event buy-ins, 50,000 Philippine dollars.
And from there we go to stay in the Philippines.
Is it
Resorts World in Manila. and then
Main
into
event buy-in of
Cambodia.
2,200 US. Like you said, Cambodia and back to Resorts World
Manila,
again
which is the
in Manila.
grand final.
So it looks like this year they're going to have 5 events. This is the start of their 2015 tour, and they're kicking it off here with us in Prague. And with Planet Air's poker events and King's Casino. And, of course, CEO Steve Frazier.
CEO Steve Frazier.
All right, guys. Enjoy your break. We'll be back.
I would flip. I don't think they want that either, though.
Everybody want to go home.
I don't know.
We all
Some
won.
big prize on top.
We all won the seat.
Yeah. For the first prize, something is some seat to the final or something like that. For the first place or not?
Oh, really? You get
No,
some?
no, I don't know.
Oh.
I'm just
Well,
guessing.
I think it's like points on a leaderboard.
Points on
I
it.
mean,
Oh, okay.
None of us live in Asia, so it's not gonna matter.
Yeah. Maybe not. No.
Could matter for one of us.
Eight raised to 10. 2 home. 4 call time. 2 plays.
And we're back with live commentary here at the Asian Poker Series Prague final table. We are four-handed. So hand 67, blinds are now 2.5, 5,000, ante still 500. Kasugi raising with King 4 offsuit on the button. People are going to immediately read this as a button steal. And it looks like Ryan Paris is straight all in, no fear. Let's see what he has. Ace Deuce, yeah, he can smell that button steal from Kasugi. Comes back in with a higher steal. He knows that Kasugi's a chance in his arm here. You're going to get a full count from our dealer.
Almost 200. I thought you counted.
And Kasugi's calling with the King
Kasugi's
4
actually going to
offsuit.
call here.
Told you he was the action player here.
Wow.
So Ace Deuce, King 4 offsuits.
Kasugi makes a very interesting and aggressive call with his chip stack at this point. I mean, King 4 off. I mean, he can't
The
think he's
Ace
in.
is the first window card and the King, so hasn't really changed much.
We're in the same spot we were here before, except Kasugi's down with less outs.
I'm rooting for
6 on the turn. I mean, you know, Paris is about a 90% favorite on this hand right now. 6 on the to close it out.
Winning in the wins.
Aces and sixes wins. The dealer's going to push a pot, doubling Paris up.
I mean, Kasugi's going to lose a greater majority of his stack on this. He looks like he's going to be down. I mean, he's down now to
Kasugi
under
was only around
100,000.
120, 130,000 before.
No, he had to have more than that. It looks like he's going to be down to around.
Well, we are 60,
Appears to be around
60, just
90.
under. Is there another stack of blues in there?
Yeah, it's around 90. He's got 88,000
Yeah,
left.
88.
And Kasugi's gone from our chip leader now down to our short stack with 17 big blinds. Well, look at this. Kasugi actually picks up 2 aces here after losing this big hand.
Well, poker timing, that's called. And he raises to 10.5. So a suited board of King Queen of Spades and the King, Queen 4 of Spades and the King of Diamonds.
Alexander checks, Kasugi bets, and Kasugi's gonna pick up the pot here with his aces.
Now he's showing the aces, trying to repair that damage from his 7-5. I think the 7-5 is what cost him, even though he won a great play on that. Everyone's favourite hand. Hand 69. 2.5k, 5k big blind and small blind, or 500 ante. Paris under the gun with the ace-9.
He's gonna open up here.
Yeah.
He's gonna make it a smooth 10,000 here.
Pavel folds 5-4, Jack 10 from the small blind. Call, Jack 10 suited. Reasonable cards in this place, I think. Kasugi with the ace-3, he's going to like his aces. He's going to call, he calls, 10k. 3-way action on the flop.
Kasugi's gonna call about 15% of his stack here with the small ace.
He flops.
Everyone misses, and Paris is still in the lead with that ace-9 off.
Queen 4 diamonds and a 2 of clubs on the flop. Kasugi has a runner draw for a straight.
Actually, just got a straight gut shot there with that 5.
Yeah. Board pairs up on the turn with the Queen of clubs. Still no help really from anybody. And the ace-9 is good. Kasugi's going to think his ace-3 is pretty good as well.
Paris is gonna fold. Looks like Alexander's gonna pick it up here with that jack high down the
Yeah,
river.
the third best hand win.
Hang in there.
Also, it was incorrect.
Thank you.
Smart deck,
So we have 45 hands left in our
Over-under here.
over-under bet. Will we see a player knocked out before then? Will we see everybody knocked out before then? I'm on the high half, so I'm kind of leaning towards. I think my bet's good here. I'm gonna get paid my 2 beers back from yesterday's loss. King Deuce 3 on the flop, 2 hearts. No one with any flush draws here. Jack 8 of Paris is in the lead. 9 of hearts now gives both player a flush draw. The Jack of hearts for Paris and the 4 of hearts for Pavel Zadavich. Zavadavich. We'll never get this name right. Zavadavich, I believe.
Yeah, we just apologize for butchering your name the entire show, Pavel.
I guess you want to check.
Board pairs on the river, kings, no help from anybody, the jack is in the lead. Check, check, jack showed.
Shows the jack high and he's going to pick up this pot.
Small pot changes, nothing.
Yeah, just a pot of 2 blinds, basically.
Puts Brian Paris on the button. Kasugi's going to come from hijack seat.
Here's our updated chip count. Kasugi's still around that 17-18 big blind mark there with 91.5.
Still no real light between the top 3 players, really. Only 13k in it between first and second, and then 30k between second and third. Kasugi falling behind now.
Kasugi, after he made that speculative call at best with that king 4 offsuit against Paris, has really put himself in the worst possible position on this final table.
Paris with a button steal. Picks up the blinds and the antes. King 8 offsuit, good enough to button steal, I think.
I mean, I think at this point it's
image is
four-handed.
solid enough.
I think any king right now, pretty much any random king is almost a
Any suited,
good enough hand to
any
open up
suited
there.
king,
If it's,
certainly. Unsuited, maybe not. Not running into a big chip leader behind.
yeah, but everybody's right now with short as Kasugi is. That you know, they're back in the same position again, kind of waiting to see what the small stack does. And once he folds, you know, Paris taking advantage of his position on the button there when a king. You know, I think he's got a strong enough hand just to pick up the antes and blinds. I don't see anything with Paris with the 7 deuce here.
He obviously is not involved in the bet from earlier, the 8-3-7 deuce. See if he can win a pot with that to win 500 off him, mate.
Yeah,
Pavel picking up king queen and min raising to 10k.
10k.
No interest from Alexander with a4 junk.
That just gets out of the way here. Well, we're going to have a little bit of action here
Kasugi's
from
called.
Matsui. Matsuki.
9-8 offsuit and king queen, 2 pair on the flop
Let's see how
for Pavel.
Pavel decides to play this year with the top flop and the top 2.
Comes out betting.
He's going to fire it. He's
12K.
just going to
And Kasugi
yeah, he's going to pick
instant
up the
fold.
pot right now, yeah. Seems like we've kind of, after the break here, slowed back down to that low where the pace is really kind of slowed down to a crawl here. Seems like every time we get someone that's short to play in the action just seems to really slow down. Especially since our action player has become the one that's short. We're going to see Alexander open up here with King 7 of spades off the button here. Kasugi makes the call of the small blind and Paris follows suit. I'm going to take this flop 3-handed with the King 7 for Alexander, with the 9-7 for Paris, and for the Queen Jack of Kasugi.
What did he say the only was?
I had this flop with the King 9-4 with 2 spades. Alexander's open with the King 7 of spades. Seems to flopped a very big hand here with top pair and a flush draw. And Kasugi's decided to come along with the gut shot straight draw in this situation. Kasugi's a major dog in this situation. He needs a non-spade 10. Get there now. Alexander has made the flush on the turn with the king high, and Kasugi moves all in into Alexander's flush. Kasugi actually moves all in, drawing dead.
Out now. That's not
Yeah, I mean, he's put his chips in, drawing dead.
It's not 100% dead.
No, it's 100% dead. The king is a club.
If a king of clubs, 9 of diamonds, 4 of spades, 9 of spades, 4 of spades, queen of spades comes out in the river, he gets his money back.
Yeah, so basically we have a foul deck. So he is drawing dead to win this pot.
Yeah. Which you guys want to chat? Yeah.
What do you want? Vodka?
Yep. So our third place finisher, Wataru Kasugi, goes back home to Japan.
But he has
With,
picked up a little bit of money on his way. He's picked up like
5,580 euros.
5,000 for fourth place.
For fourth place, sorry, 4,680 euros. Did I say third place finisher?
Yeah, third place. He's fourth place.
I meant fourth place.
He's our fourth place finisher. He goes home a little bit richer. He's picked up 4x's buy-in.
Yep.
Not too bad for 2 days of work, but he is a long ways away from home. Hopefully he's got some time now to go out and enjoy the city here before he heads back to Japan.
Well, he's from Japan, doesn't mean he lives in Japan.
That's very true. Well, you know, if we were more effective, we would actually have Hendon mobbed him.
Hendon Mob. Couldn't remember the website.
Just for your information, it is on the sign behind you on the wall.
The HendonMob.com advert? No, I didn't see it.
Well, you know, maybe they should print it in bigger than 10 print. I mean, that big block writing, you know, you don't have your glasses. We come in here, we're going to have Alexander and Pavel in a hand here. We have King 8 versus the Ace 9. Both players missed the flop here, which is a fairly common thing in heads up. It is awful difficult to make a pair.
That's really
Heads
why
up.
the aggression of players like Kasugi usually pays off in short-handed play. I mean, the majority of the time you're going to miss the flop. It's going to be the person that does the betting that does the winning.
Yeah, have more aggression, more control of the hand. It's going to put you in better situations for things.
So back with another dealer change. These guys do no work whatsoever.
And we're going to trade out Radic here for our Czech dealer Gregor.
Radic's also pretty local, from Vienna.
Just right down the road. It's about a €9 bus ride,
Yep.
as we apparently found out last night.
And the cameraman's also been drinking.
No, that would just be the camera. The cameraman is completely sober. The camera has been fairly intoxicated here in Prague.
€2 and €1 beers. Paris with a Queen 10 under the gun and on the button. He doesn't have two hands, he has two positions.
Ooh, two hands and two positions, or just one hand here?
Just one hand, two positions.
Well, you know, usually a guy likes to have more than one position in this situation. Oop, and apparently we're just going to throw some chips at guys.
Trophy being placed on the table there to motivate the players. Win a flag, win a trophy.
I mean, the serious question is I mean, how do you get a trophy of that size made of glass home? I mean, that's not exactly fitting in your normal carry-on luggage.
Ryanair won't take it anyway.
Ryanair doesn't take many people where they really want to go.
This is why they should make trophies out of gold, because you can just melt that down.
Well, you know, that would make it effective, but I mean, first place prize pool is going to be severely hindered by that. Congratulations, sir. Your $1 million prize pool is now $400,000, and here's your $600K trophy. Good luck.
$10,000.
Raising from the button with a Queen 4 diamonds. Small blind has 4-3 of clubs, is going to let it go. So it's a big blind. We're not going to see his hand. Maybe it doesn't scan. Jack 6. So
Next there
instant
comes
mark in
across the
almost
graphic.
every situation.
Yeah. Don't foresee him really making too much action with that hand here.
Yeah.
Especially since we're finally getting to the points where they really start seeing a little bit more money here for this smallish 1K that we ran. It was still a pretty good event. I mean, everyone seems to be enjoying themselves and enjoying the city here. And, you know, the inaugural time for the Asian Poker Tour seems to be a fairly decent event for them here. I mean, there's a little ways away from their usual stomping grounds, you know, being in the middle of Central Europe here with the Asian Poker Tour.
Is a Central Europe not in Asia?
Well, I mean, it's relatively close. I mean, there's only like a continent in between it and here.
Well, I said it's the Asian Poker Series, so
We broke something.
it just means that the series comes here. It doesn't necessarily mean the series only has to be in
He
Asia.
unplugged the final
That is
table.
very true. And I guess it is not the Asia Poker Series, it is the Asian Poker Series. So, I mean, anyway.
As long as we have a minimum of one Asian playing.
Well, as we've seen due to the lovely restaurant on the other side of the tracks here, there's at least one.
Yeah. Both players flopping a pair of 7s.
Good.
7-5 versus 7-6. Bravest better is going to win this. Both of them check to the turn. $12,000 from Pavel.
I mean,
And
right
call
now,
from Alexander.
Pavel actually doesn't even know it, but he has this hand virtual ice lock here with his 6 kicker. I mean, he can't be showing too much confidence in it, but in this current situation, he's in a very, very fortunate spot with these hands.
I bet it's pair. We're probably going to see a call as well.
Do they call Alec, and Alexander pays it off?
Yep. 1 pip. 1 pip between them.
Seems like you win.
Wait for the dealer to figure it out, and there we go.
Dealer's counting dots.
It only took him a second to figure out that 6 was higher than 5. As we move on to the next hand here. Oh, well.
The waitress has arrived.
Our waitress is here again, and we will continue our excitement. And we will be right back after this brief broadcast break. Ching, 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 ching.
Shots provided today by vodka and tequila.
And don't forget Jägermeister, brought to us by our lovely coordinated waitress, Troy Stromer.
You're welcome, boys.
Cheers. Ching, ching. Oh, that's quite horrid. Ooh. And my co-commentator is now a man down. Apparently warm vodka is now not on his list of things he enjoys.
Yeah.
His skin is actually crawling while he sits next to me, and for once, it's not me causing his skin to crawl.
Anyway, back to the beer. That's 1 shot of vodka we're finished with. Hopefully we won't see that one again
Yeah.
in a few hours.
Whoever's lucky enough to see that shot again, I don't want to be that person.
Oh.
We're going to have Pavel here on the button with 2 deuces,
2
3-handed.
deuces on the button's always good. Deuces never loses.
Makes the turning. Yep.
Coming into hand number 80.
I'm really starting to begin to sweat my over-under bet. Is there a buyout clause for a beer and a half?
Nope.
Oh,
Like
wow.
double or quits for 125.
Double or quits for 125. So it's going to cost me 4 pints for 125. You make it 130, I might actually have a deal.
127.
135?
We're 3-handed.
You confused everyone.
We lost 5 players in less than 80 hands.
Well, yes, that was with
And that was including a bubble. So. Oh, ace jack on the button for our short stacked player.
Question is, does Alexander go
Brian
with his 12-5, or is he just going to min raise to 10?
10,000.
Yeah, he's going to min raise to 10,000 here. Paris just gets out of the way instantly with the 7-4, and so does Pavel.
Everybody clears him out. I think he's probably the scariest player on the table. From the way he's played, the other players are giving him a lot of respect.
Well, he was the one earlier that seemed to have no problem
Yeah.
opening and laying down to 3 bets.
Yeah.
So it seems that he's put himself in a good image position at least.
Pavel has been consistent chip leader, not 100% chip leader, but he has been consistent.
There's Paris
Paris
picking
with
up
jacks
2,
on the button.
picks up 2 jacks. It's a good spot for just a regular button race here, three-handed, since he has been opening a lot of pots now that we've gone three-handed.
11 is not effective.
8 deuce instantly into the muck and the queens. That's unfortunate. Lucky enough to get a good, solid pair of hooks, but unlucky that no one else had anything worth looking at.
No real other hands for him to pick up any action with here.
He should have just flat called,
Yeah.
so that he could get burned on the turn.
Yeah. And that would be why you and I are in here drinking, and he is out there playing for real money instead of us arguing over who's going to pay each other 2 pints.
A whole €4.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
High stakes gambling here. So where did we set the line? 127?
130.
127.
No, I
It's
want
3
the full
players
I
left.
want the full 25.
There's 3
So
players
for
left.
the next level is 1 hour.
Just give me 15 more hands.
So it stays at 115.
Next year.
You only get 2
Wow,
pints.
yeah.
I know you want 4.
I thought from the sum of the levels.
I'm going to have Pavel here on the button fold his 9-4 suited. It's going to be Alexander in the small blind with king 7 off. Let's see how much he feels he can play with Paris here.
That's correct, yeah.
Yes.
That's great.
It's 12,500 week. Huh?
And the apartment rental money. We're just gambling and drinking.
Yeah, we're going to see a flop.
Paris makes that call. We're going to take this one.
Ace of clubs, 9 of spades, and 6 of hearts on the flop. Again, everybody misses the flop. No draws, just a backdoor flush draw.
We'll see a continuation bet here by Alexander with his king high. I don't see Paris really doing much with this though.
Oh, flat calls with his king.
He's going to float
queen,
this.
sorry.
He's going to float this. I wonder if he's setting something up for the turn here. Well, he has
3 of spades. Now the flush draw is live.
He has picked up his flush draw. I mean, he's still, a 2-to-1 dog in this situation, but his hand has at least had a life value attached to it instead of just trying to make
And
a
he's going
pair.
to come out betting.
I actually like this aggressive move with nothing
Yeah.
right now.
1,500.
He's going to pick up the
Very
pot here.
stylish, nothing but a flush draw.
Alexander just took a stab at it on the flop with king high and pretty much just dogged it on the turn and checked it and gave it away.
Is Paris still short stacked at this stage?
I believe it's not Paris. I believe it might actually be Alexander.
now, yeah. Hopefully we'll get an official chip count shortly. If not, we'll eyeball it as soon as we get to see Paris's stack.
I'm not putting my eyeballs near these chips.
He's got 130, 140k. Pavel has half a stack of white. Alexander has half a stack of white.
It might actually be Paris as our short stack.
Paris still remains short stacked.
I'm looking at 6.5 stacks of the one case. So I
blues,
mean,
yeah,
looking at
so that's
130.
120,000
Looking at 130 there as well, plus his half stack of white. I mean, he's north of 200. I don't think Paris is there. Paris isn't too far behind him, but Paris is around the 170 mark. It looks like.
Pavel, of course, sitting pretty with a big stack. Fours versus 10-4. Queen 6 deuce on the flop.
Pavel actually checks the flop with the best hand in those 2 4s. Alexander's going to follow through and bet his 10 high, only with the backdoor flush draw and 3 live 10s. And again,
Flush draw on the turn.
He's
He's
picked
a few more outs, but
he also picks up that gut shot with the 3 there.
mm-hmm.
So picks up an additional 3 outs that he didn't have before. But, he's still over a 2-to-1 dog now.
bets 23,000 into Pavel. Pavel has the best hand.
But he's in an awful tough spot here to try and make this call with just 2 4s. But I mean, the board texture is fairly dry for the situation right now.
Both players see the rip, which is an ace. That's going to slow them both down. They're both going to put the other guy on the ace here, not knowing really that neither of them has anything like an ace. Well,
really,
fours are quite like aces.
Yeah, it's a really tough spot here for
Check.
Alexander to fire one more time after being called twice, and it's really hard to put any chips in with your 10 high.
Fire, and there he is. He's firing away.
He's going to follow through.
It's going to be very tough for Pavel to call.
Seems to be he's building a fairly substantial bet for this pot right now.
With 31,000.
Bets that 31,000 into this pot, pushes up over 100K in the pot. So at this point, you know, his bet's a little bit under half of the pot. We'll see if Alexander gets away with this one, or if Pavel puts things together and realizes his 2-4s have been the best hand the entire way.
Can he go through? I don't see any real conclusions he can make. He calls.
And he makes the call here. Makes a fairly quick call in this situation.
Yeah, maybe he has a read. With 4 overcards on the board. I have to wonder what he was putting Alexander on specifically that makes him call that bet.
I mean, you know, picks up 133,000 for that pot. I mean, that's going to push Pavel just higher into the chip lead now. And definitely now we have Alexander as the short stack. Ooh, Paris is still under him?
Yeah,
Wow.
180,000, 173,000 versus 311,000.
Yeah, I was thinking Paris's
Pavel on
stack of
62
5K
big
is a little
blinds,
bit...
but the short stacks have 34 big blinds. This is a very deep play here. It's very unusual to see three players on the final table with so many chips in a regular style tournament, not a deep stack tournament.
Yeah, it's...
So it shows that, you know, a good structure can really help a final table. I think starting stack was 20K.
But we're going to have Pavel here open up with the Jack-8.
Alexander calls a 7-6 suited.
7-6. We're going to take this flop heads up after Paris folded his button. Flop.
Unfortunately, wrong suit on the flop. It's a heart-based suit. Heart-based suit, heart-based flop. King, 3 of hearts, and the 8 of spades.
And Pavel's
Pavel the pair of 8s.
Yeah, he's flopped that middle pair, which, as we discussed before, you know, generally a heads up. If you make a pair, you are generally good at this point. Especially in this specific scenario where the next player has 7 high.
Yeah.
You know, actually flopping
he
a
does
middle
have a
pair.
backdoor straight draw.
It's very true, but it's not like he's going to make that call for that straight draw.
Well, some players do like going backdoor.
It's a much more difficult thing to get away with. Usually there's more arguments and more things that happen. It's a much more difficult thing to pull off.
Backdoor is a little sneakier, but I don't mind backdoor. So, you know,
Well, you know, usually when you do get there, they don't see it coming.
Yeah.
Nice, 10,000.
And now it's,
Raise from the button with King 6 suited.
makes it that standard min raise they seem to have adopted here, three-handed.
I find players do this a lot. There's not so much down to game theory or bet sizing. They just habitually copy each other. Yeah. If one guy raises 12,000 consistently, everyone else will just start raising.
Yeah, it seems to be someone sets the standard bet,
Yeah.
and you know, others follow suit.
I mean, a min raise, you only ever really see min raises when it gets to short-handed on the final. You very rarely see min raises during the actual body of the tournament. In the early stages, they just like to stick in a min raise when the antes are 25.50, but they'll make it 125. And then later on, it'll be 3 and 6. The antes, the 25s are still live, so it'll be 12.75. Yeah. So 7-6 suited versus 10-8 offsuit. Both players missing. No flush draw available as yet, although the ace of diamonds is there for that back door. Paris bets 13,000 and
Just going to pick up that pot with that
Picks
10
up the
high on the
pot.
continuation. continue. As we continue on here to hand 86, we're slowly creeping up towards that bed of ours.
12,500.
Leaving it up to Pavel to raise to 12.5. We've changed the standard bet. Maybe they can hear us. Half hour backwards in time there.
Well, you know, they're just that talented.
Everybody folds and he picks up the blinds and antes.
You know, it just seems that Paris really hasn't been that aggressive with his button, and you know, he just simply gives up his button all the time right now, it seems.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's waiting for Alexander to implode here.
I think he might be. It gives him a better position when Alexander, you know, obviously if he finishes third he gets a better position, but if Alexander explodes, I have a feeling it's going to be fast and quick. Paris can sit and watch while Pavel cleans up.
10,000.
Yep. Queen 10 of diamonds on the button. Nice cards on the button there, three-handed.
And picks up that little queen 10 of diamonds. Gives himself something pretty to look at here. Especially since he's playing...
the queen of diamonds is quite pretty. I much prefer the queen of hearts. She's false.
Well, you know, she is the wife of the Suicide King, so...
Yeah.
And Paris muxes 7-4 and gets out of the way. Alexander's made that 3-bet to 25,000 with 10-8. This might be the moment that...
we were just talking about.
Yeah, that we had just mentioned to, that it seems like Alexander has begun to get frustrated with Pavel of late. So we'll take this flop heads up. Wow.
8-9-5 on the flop. Middle pin for
Alexander. Alexander's actually caught up on this flop with the
pair draw.
with the mid pair there of the 8.
Every hand is a pair draw. But
That is a very astute thing you have noticed. That they do both have pair draws. Yes, that is very good, sir, even though one has made a pair. But Pavel has picked up a gut shot with this and a backdoor flush draw. So, depending on what his action is here, you know, if he checks and takes this free card, he actually still has a decent position in the hand. Now his chances are
Blank 3 of
getting much
spades.
slimmer here.
Helps nobody, changes nothing really. Just removes the outs from Pavel's redraw.
This pot seemed to be
We're going to see a bet, I think.
played out fairly small after the raise 3-bet and flat call.
And Pavel's reaching for some chips. 21, 22,000 probably.
Looks like he's betting 20,000. It looks like a full stack.
Yes. And a
I mean,
call.
he's gonna get a call. He's gonna get a
Call
call
with
in
a
this
middle
position. The board texture is just too dry
We're stuck to
for
queens,
10-8
tens,
to
and
really
jacks,
go anywhere.
and none of them appear on the river. Alexander's sitting with the best hand. Now Pavel knows he's probably going to call anything except an all-in bet here.
It'll be interesting to see with Alexander checking now
Back to the button.
what Pavel decides here. I mean, he obviously knows his queen high is not the best hand after he got called on the turn.
Is he trap checking here with just a pair,
I mean,
or is he just trying to get away free?
You know, did he just miss this hand, or you know, can he get away? He's gonna dog it and check behind. Alexander's gonna pick this up with those 2 8s.
Would have bet have won it. I'd love to have seen a bet there just to see if it would have won it. He muxes a queen 10, gives away no free information.
Wow. It's so close. So many good cards.
He sits cursing his luck. Grumble. We hand 89. Ante of 500 going in. Blinds at 2.5 and 5k. This should be going up shortly.
You know, these are 40-minute levels. We haven't been back that long from the last break, but it's probably within the next 10 minutes. But it's not really that big of a jump. I'm not sure if it's 5, 3, and 6 or 1, 3, 6 is the next jump. But I mean,
5, 3, and 6, I think.
Yeah, but I mean, with this, you know, with this really slow structure, it's not really going to change too much of the pressure on the players. It's a very small jump.
Ace-6 on the button offsuit.
It's definitely something that
See
would
the
be
standard raise.
This structure would definitely be something that would be an Alan Kessler approved structure, and if anybody here from America knows that one, this generally leads it to be a much slower, super player friendly structure.
I gave you a walk.
And yeah, that's our second. Is that our second walk of the final table? Yeah,
Was that a walk?
That was a walk. That was our
I
second.
thought he
walk.
raised. He threw the big blind in late, did he?
Yeah. No. He did open. He did
threw-
open. Yeah.
He opened to 10k. Where's the button? Yeah, he opened. He's on the big blind now.
Big blind.
I saw chips going in.
Yeah, but after that last warm cocktail you just had, you know, who knows what this went in.
That's what comes out. That's the worry. The queen 6 on the button is probably going to end up in the muck, but he looks like he might be considering standard raise. 12k. Every raise is standard from now on. Pavel dwells up with king 8. 272k stack. Easy peel off 12k. He's raised here.
2,500.
And bets up to 32,000. 32,500, I believe.
Paris is going to make that easy lay down with that queen 6 after he gets 3 bet.
32,500. Ace 3 on the button. Suited ace 3.
I mean, we can fully expect the standard raise.
10k
here.
raise.
10k. Nobody's going to get out of line on this hand.
12k
so far.
is standard. 10k is substandard.
Well, depends what your standards are, and sir, this is above your standard normally.
My standards are higher.
Not from
6-4 he's going to call.
Not from what
This
I've seen
is
on
a-
this trip.
Happens in Vegas, stays in Vegas.
Well, thank God we're in Prague. I can tell everyone.
No diamonds on the flop, but we do have a queen 10 5. And the board pairs on the turn with a 10. No players have any real draws other than pair draws. Ace is miles ahead here. The river's the ace. It's going to scare away the 6-4.
I'm thinking Paris here is actually going to make an attempt with this hand.
Showdown.
Ace.
And Paris is just going to throw away his 6-high.
Straight into the muck. Don't let anybody see that junk. What?
There was 0% chance he was ever showing that hand.
Why was I in this?
Yeah, he's kind of kicking himself there for giving away 22,000.
So here's the current chip balance. We are 322 is the chip lead, 135 is the short stack, but with 27 blinds, he still has plenty of room to play, plenty of room to make mistakes, like calling with 6-4. 64 blinds for the big stack. Raises to 11. This is a definite non-standard bet. It's 10k or 12k. Somebody explain this to this person. Those are your only two options, 10k or 12k.
Well, you know.
He's raised to 11 because he's a maverick.
Well, you know, us Americans, you know, we tend to do things that we choose are our own.
He has stolen no oil since he's been on this table.
Well, how do you know?
Under his seat is a big barrel. We have a re-raise, 3 bets up to 25. 10-7 of diamonds. 29 ahead here, but does he have enough confidence in it to call? I think he only has 123 in his stack.
I actually don't think he's thinking about just flat calling.
Looks like he's going to raise.
Hello, Facebook. Well, and Paris actually just makes the flat call in this situation.
And hits, what do we hit here? King 7, 8 of diamond.
Right now, Pavel actually takes the lead with
hearts,
bottom
8
pair.
diamonds.
Bottom pair and backdoor flush draw. And Paris has actually flopped complete error.
Not complete here, he has run a straight draw.
But 28,000.
Just has nothing right now. 6-10 would be a good runner for him to catch.
Yeah,
His chances are Pavel bets 28 grand.
Right
Too
now,
much for the short stack to be calling.
right now, Paris doesn't look so happy with himself after that hand.
And there's Lloyd doing a quick colour up. We're taking the 500s off the table on the next level change, so we don't need them in play anymore. So he'll thin out a few stacks here.
I don't know, it looks like we're, yeah, he's just doing a major gross color up there. And, must be the end of the level here. And, that is
there's the
there's a high card for
yep.
it.
So the blinds are up now to 4,000, 3,000, 6,000 with a 1,000 ante. Not so Alan Kessler friendly anymore.
Well, you know.
I thought they would stay for the next level at least. No colour up break, we're straight into the action.
Well, you know, we just had a break 30 minutes ago, so they're going to keep this moving right along. I mean, they do want to see me lose my over-under bet, apparently.
For the first time I've won something in a long, long time. Except life, I win at life.
Well, as long as you stay delusional,
18
sir, you
big
are
blinds,
going to win.
18 big blinds for our short stack. We're 58.
Why does this remind me of high school?
I don't really know, I never went to high school. Drinking alcohol in a room talking to a TV.
No, I just meant the vodka orange juice.
Oh, the vodka orange juice.
I don't even want to know what you guys did at military school. I don't need to know.
The world doesn't need to know what I did in military school.
No, no one does.
The 10-8 on the button sees a raise of 12k, min raise now, not standard anymore. 6k big blind. Calls. Ten 8, 10 7. 6-4 king on the board.
Should be a fairly quiet hand.
Yeah,
Both players with very similar hands here.
King king.
Both playing in the middle with complete air right now. Oh, we're going to see Pavel with the big stack actually just take a stab at it here on the turn. Little does he know he actually has the best hand with the 10-8.
10-8, but not by much.
Yeah, I'm fairly sure in that situation it did not. That bet has absolutely nothing to do with the cards, more of position
very
and stack size.
100, which gives you. We didn't split the. Did we change the over and under?
Oh yes, we did. I had you agree to 127.
No, I would never agree to 127.
Oh no, sorry, it was 137 for double or quits.
No, 127. Wait, no. I think I just got Bugs Bunnied.
I possibly just got him to agree to a bet that he did not agree to.
Okay, 128.
All right.
Final offer.
So I now have the over 128.
But it's 3 beers.
Well, I thought it was double or quits for 4.
Damn.
You just bugs bunny yourself. You just gave away free alcohol.
So 4 beers for 128. You're taking the over.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. I'll also take the over.
So
No, I'm taking the under. But no, you're taking the under. God damn it.
and that there, folks, is how I'm going to win this bet. He says he wins at life.
Nope. Not a gambling, no.
And we're going to see a fairly straightforward hand here. They're going to take the flop, and Alexander's just...
I need this in writing now.
Yeah, I'll get our lawyers over right here for this. I'm sure they're listening.
My lawyer probably is.
Well.
He's degenerate.
So
So you have the under on 128, and I have the over on 120.
no, sir, I believe we just agreed to me having the 128
Prove it.
over.
Prove it.
I'm going to see if Lucas can get me the audio for this.
King 9 on the button, that's going to see some kind of bet here.
Yes,
Is it all
definitely going
in?
to see some action. He's going to jam
The technique works.
right into
8-3
Pablo and into
King
Alexander.
3 Insta picks up the blinds in the end.
He jams into both the players to his left and attempts to get some action and gets no action while trying to jam into something.
So the antes are what, 11, 12k now? So
Can't make it a one.
Yeah, it picks up 11,000 for the blinds and antes.
1, 2, 3, 11,000 profit, yeah.
It was 12k total
12k
for
on the
3.
flop, yeah.
So I mean, right now, being three-handed,
Almost 10% of his stacks.
yeah, he's picking up like 7% of his stack with just moving in there. Not a bad little increase with no showdown and no hand. Looks like Alexander's actually going to raise, make it 16,000 into Paris. They're definitely starting to apply pressure to this short stack now as Paris has let himself dwindle down here.
I need We need.
Sure that you pitched it wrong, and this kind of stunned me. So
I don't know. I can't do nothing. I can know it after half hour.
you won't know it till half an hour.
Call him this deal. Just this deal.
Well, 8, 12, 6,
So Alexander is raised into 12k on the button with Queen 10 of diamonds.
Gets 3-bet
Pavel.
into by Pavel with the ace-7
Pavel
off here.
re-raises with ace 7. See, ace is so strong when you're short-handed.
I mean, the value of the ace 3-handed is such a major increase versus the full table.
Did he flat? He flat calls. Yeah.
He's
We're gonna
going
see
to
a
flat
flop.
call there. I mean, Queen 10 isn't the best hand against
You don't
ace
want to be
7,
shoving in,
but,
especially a bigger stack.
but I mean, there's no sense with the stack sizes that he's going to throw it away here. I mean, he wants to take a flop with this.
Ace on the flop there. Ace 8, 3. 2 hearts, no diamond, so Alexander's going to completely lose interest in this hand now. Has to put Pavel on the ace with that raise.
I mean, either that, I mean, he could also put Pavel on something in the
Can
middle.
be, you know,
Could
anything
just be a
above
pair.
9s, 10s, jacks, queens, you're going to see the same reaction, but you're going to be worried about the ace.
I mean, Pavel's actually going to check it to him and let Alexander lead the action here.
Yep. Alexander probably bet just to see where he is. No,
Alexander's
checks
going
away.
to check behind. That means he smells something funny here.
He has no draw.
And the heart on the turn actually gives Alexander some chances here.
No
No.
chances.
not to actually win the hand in a showdown, but it actually improves his chances with
Yeah,
this ace here.
he can bet.
It gives
flush
him
now, yeah.
it gives him some room for representing certain hands.
But he's drawing dead, so
He cannot win the hand outright. And I actually don't think we're going to see too much fireworks here,
no, I think a bet and a fold is what we're looking at.
especially with this size of a
Although
bet.
a raise here to shove all in, I don't think Pavel can call.
But I don't think we're going to see that. Alexander hasn't shown that kind of aggression at all
Yeah.
at this point in today. I mean, it's just going to be a fairly standard as we see. You know,
I think the
bet
only
and
player
take
we
and-
would have seen doing that type of move would have been our third place finisher,
fourth place finisher here.
fourth place finisher,
Katsuki.
Turo Kasugi. He'd definitely be sticking it in there.
I definitely liked his style. He needed to find some places to adjust his gears a little bit better. But he definitely had his mindset right for the table setup. Just got himself in trouble with that.
Too early, he changed
Very,
too early.
well, it was just that very strange King 4 call
Yeah.
where he gave Paris most of his chips, who's now still our short stack. Paris really has never been in the chip lead. Anything, but he keeps hanging around and keeps fighting. Now we're going to have Pavel here kind of feeling his way through this hand, opening up with 10 high.
So pair of nines on the flop with a suited ace to the other 9. Both players missing, the queen 8 being still ahead on Alexander's big blind. So neither player with a club, we all have 4 clubs on the board, but neither player with a club. Will someone try and represent?
Well, you know, if they had clubs, and then we might possibly have a flush with the 4 spades there. Both players have missed, and the queen high actually is the best hand right now.
Spades is what I meant. No player has a spade, but they'll try and represent one.
Oh shit.
Nope, they'll check and check and show down. No one wants to show their junk.
Oh no.
Pavel mucks and
How much is
Alexander
10
gets the
high?
pot.
Alexander doesn't have to show his queen high to take it down there.
Yeah, I was sure. Oh no.
Play well, but you gotta work on your game.
Yeah.
Deuce is in the small blind for Alexander. Asks for a count of
This is 50.
Brian Paris' stack. And it declares all in. Alexander's all in. Brian Paris checks his cards again. Let's see what we have. As soon as our software updates. Queen 10.
Queen 10 actually going to make the call.
Yeah.
Always a plug.
This could be the end of
The end of
Brian
Alexander
Paris'
here.
run. King 7-9 on the flop, rainbow. Deuces are still ahead. King on the turn. And the jack.
Well, Paris
On the-
actually hits his gut shot and makes the nuts straight there.
Ooh.
Paris going to double up. We're going to stay 3-handed this final table. Which is not helping my bet of 128. And
We're at hand
Over.
100 already.
Well, I've got
You're under.
Why over?
Under, because we just extended the 115 bet.
Yes, but you also accepted the over 128.
I didn't. I don't see a ticket. Give me a betting slip.
And do you see me buying you 4 beers?
Yes. So how much does this leave Alexander with now? Who is our uber short stack? Powell gives us a wave. He's chuffed to bits. We don't know why.
Apparently, he's just now figured out there's a camera.
Hi, Mom.
9. 19.
I don't care.
You're all in blind.
Has
3
roughly
and 6 blinds.
90,000.
Antes are 1,000.
I believe Alexander just said he has roughly 90,000 left
Yep,
in
3
his stack
stacks of
after this.
blues and 5 or 6 whites.
Paris has actually brought himself back into this and actually has a decent chip stack again.
Looks like 80,000, 85,000. Sorry. That 5 or 6 whites he has there.
I'm just amazed you can see a color change.
Colours are always changing.
Ooh, shiny.
On the button with Queen Jack.
And there he is.
Players
Alexander
all in,
moves all
throws
in
a
with
few
Queen
chips.
Jack.
It's good, so it's probably
There's a lot in the pot even before any money goes in. There's
Yeah,
12,000.
Oh, actually makes the call with the ace-5 here.
Pavel makes a call.
Fairly standard for the short stack, but it's still 118,000. I mean, if he doubles up here,
I don't like his fight like
you know, it's a decent pot of 236 here.
Right, yeah, it's half a stack of blues we couldn't see.
Yeah.
Ace, deuce, 9. 2 spades. Alexander
He's
does
got
have the
multiple
jack of
backdoor
spades,
draws. Yeah,
which
he's got a
comes up on the
spade.
turn.
And he's spade or 10 here on the river, and he can get home.
no, no.
Yeah, he makes a 7.
Unlucky. Our 3rd place finisher, Alexander from Russia.
How much are you going to take home with us today?
3rd place is 5,580. That leaves our chip leader, Pavel Zavadovic, at 484,000.
Zavadovich.
What did I say?
I'm not really sure what you said. There were letters involved, and
Brian
they were not
Paris,
right.
much easier to pronounce name, has less than half. 30 big blinds compared to Pavel's 80.
Well, it is funny how that works out. We can say Brian Paris since we're both English speakers, but yeah, then the Polish guy, we got Pavel down.
Pavel, yeah. We'll get there. We're 20% the way through his name.
Well, yeah. I
Pavel
mean,
Zavadovic.
hey,
I think so.
not bad. Well, at least we hope. But yeah, Pavel definitely has a huge chip lead here. I mean, it's 80 blinds, 80 blinds to 30 blinds. I mean, I'm predicting we're going to see a lot of pressure here put on by Pavel. We should see some fairly
Jack 10
active
on the
flops
button,
here.
so we'll definitely be seeing a raise here, I think. And there it is. 13,000.
13,000. That's a
Min raise, really.
would that be? Would that?
12,000 min raise, but
Yeah, that's so that can be their new standard. Or is that still substandard for you?
that's all raises are substandard unless they're all in. This stage, we all just want to go home right now. And a
He's gonna
re-raise.
get a re-raise by Paris with
the
the ace 10 here.
Powell's definitely going to know he's behind. He's a decent enough player to recognise. Paris isn't going to be 3-betting with junk.
140. Not playing behind. Have all.
He's asked
white
for a
on the
stack
top, yeah?
count.
Yeah. Okay.
I think he's just seeing where he's at here. I don't really see.
Oh no, I don't
Too
think
much
he's
going on
calling
with
it.
this.
I think he just wanted to call the bet. I don't think he's considering a raise here. Jack 10's nice, but it's not very strong. Yeah, fold.
He's going away. He just wants to see what the chip stack is after it's all stacked up now.
I have like 190 to start this.
Okay. Thanks. I don't know how much I have.
660 minus 190.
Yeah. I hope.
Ideally.
Yeah, Paris here opens at 13,000 with the 6 high off the button. You can get some action from the big stack Pavel here with the deuce 4 of hearts. Well, both players have missed here, but Pavel's actually flopped a gut shot with a backdoor flush draw. Well, we're at hand 104, and we are heads up. I mean, the bet is still fairly live.
Yeah, you have the under on 128, right?
Yeah. Well,
You
no,
agree to that? Yep. Done. Sold.
I got read Bugs Bunny. That's not right.
Yeah, whatever. I'm with fun. Ace 10 on the button. I like hands like this, Ace 10. We'll see some raises here. Up to 13 and an instant fold from Brian Paris.
See if Paris continues to open with any two cards off the button here. Picks up 6 high, makes it 13,000. Pavel just makes a flat call here with the King 7 off. Well, as we expect up here in the heads-up match, not players really making a lot of hands heads up here. It's mainly going to be positions and betting, as you can see here by the check and take. Check, bet, take here by Paris.
I specialised heads up for a while, short while, in my live playing career.
So when you started that 1-1-2 game one time with one player, that was your entire career of playing heads up?
20 minutes, yeah.
Well, I'm glad it took him that long to stack you.
I made money. Had my own printer.
Well, fair enough. As long as you're with the jackpot, you always had to get rid of it. Yes, honey, I know the mic is live.
Sevens on the button for Brian Paris, so we'll definitely be seeing a raise. 10-8 a dime, 10-8 offsuit for Pavel.
I'm going to take this flop here. The King Deuce 9 with 2 clubs. So Paris with 2 sevens are still in the lead. Now Paris takes down that pot with that flop bet.
Dibs.
We'll see Paris here with the 10-3 of spades on the button here. Probably going to continue his pattern and open to 13,000. Pick up the pot here.
Go for a slash.
Pavel's going to raise off the button with 10-3 offsuit. It's going to make it 13,000. Paris actually picks up the 10 deuce in the big blind here. It's actually going to make the call. Actually, looks like he's stacking up a re-raise. So he made it 28,000? 29? 34,000. 34,000. Yeah, Pavel's just going to lay down here. We're going to move on to the next hand. As we've gotten up here to hand number 111, blinds are still 3,000, 6,000 with 1,000 ante. As we've started this heads-up match here between Brian Paris of the U.S. and Pavel Zawodowicz from Poland. Zawodowicz has a 2-1 chip lead here. But Paris seems to be fairly consistent with his patterns of opening every button and three betting a fairly consistent amount of time from the big blind. Pavel's going to make the call and take this flop with Queen 9 versus the King 5 of Paris. Check into the turn here. 8 of spades comes off in the turn, changes nothing. Pavel still has the lead with top pair of queen with a pair of queens. Pavel makes it the standard 13,000 pre-flop and gets flag called by Paris with the Queen Jack of Hearts. Flop comes King. It looks like King 3 King. Graphics must be a little bit off here. Goes check on the flop. 5 of diamonds on the turn. Check turn. We have a 3 on the river. We're going to see if either one of these players makes a move with the pot. It's going to be a split pot here if it goes check.
4, raise 14.
Paris makes it 13,000 off the button. Looks like Pavel's making to make a re-raise here.
7. Raise 43.
Makes it 34,000. Looks like we're going to see our first 4-bet here of the heads-up match. Looks like Paris is going to make it right around 75,000? 65,000. Looks like Pavel's still tanking, thinking about this call with his 10-7. Like we said before, this is the first 4-bet of the heads-up match right now. And Pavel's going to lay down the 10 high here. Paris going to pick up this pot with that aggressive 4-bet with the queen high.
Tough play in heads up. You know the guy doesn't have a hand, but you're trying to think, is my hand higher than his hand? I know he's got junk, but I also have junk. Whose junk is the biggest?
Well, at this point anymore, with the chip stacks they have in that, I'd say it's mainly going to be betting positions. It's going to be stack sizing. I mean, we won't see much played out flat out of the hands till the flop. Pavel raises to 13,000 off the button.
On the button with a jack 3 off. Both check the flop, queen 9-10 flop. So the jack's got to be thinking his draw is good.
Both players have actually flopped an open ender on this one.
Yes. Paris has the ignorant end of the open end and folds.
Actually just lays it down, yeah.
A very small bet, really.
I think he just wanted nothing to do with the hand after that flop came out. He's calling the bottom end of the flush draw. Bottom end of a straight draw into the flush draw, into a bigger straight draw. And he's finally crawled his way back into this match with an even chip stack almost. Paris continues his incessant raising. On the button here, he's nothing but consistent on the button.
King 9-9 on the flop, giving Pavel top pair. Slight kicker problems. But Paris with no draw and no pair.
17,000.
I think with the 17,000, Pavel's just gonna pick up the bet, pick up the pot, and move on. Well, we've officially reached the over for the initial bet.
We got 116 hands. My over is live still.
I'm fairly sure you have this locked up, sir.
Yeah, so you might as well get me my 2 beers now.
So you would like to continue with the non-alcoholic trend you were setting today? So I should get you the non-alcoholic beers tonight for the bet payment.
I explode if I eat non-alcoholic beer.
No.
Well, there is 0.5% in those.
Ah, okay, no, good. Sorry. That's good. That's good.
So the raise 13,000.
Jack 10, Jack 6. Jack 6 on the button. Raises to 13,000. I think it's an easy call really with Jack 10. Seven deuce 5 rainbow.
Could you stop right here?
Flop.
Actually, stop really quick again.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure how the cards are wrong. I'm pretty sure. I'm gonna call the technician really quick. I'll pause and talk. Okay?
The opposite cards?
I'm pretty sure the first card, the second card is right, but the first card, I'm pretty sure you pitched the first card here, the second card there, the one you paused. He pitched over here, they pitched over here.
Okay.
I just want to replay.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, but it's correct. Last
Hang on.
start for the button is correct.
I know, but the second time, in the first card, you pitched it.
Floorman Lloyd is spotted maybe a discrepancy in this hand.
So I just want to make sure. Hang on.
He just needs to come
So we have
and check the video feed.
Prohodil karty, že jsem hodil
He
na
believes that the
malej,
dealer has dealt
na big blind.
the first card to each player incorrectly. In this situation with Pavel on the button, Brian should have received the first card. Second card going to Pavel, third card going to Brian, fourth card going to Pavel.
But I mean, as we were watching, I'm fairly sure that the cards came off correctly.
Now, we did see the dealer, we did notice the dealer make some unusual movement during the deal, but I think that was to adjust a blind or to instruct the player to move some chips so he could pass the cards more cleanly, but fairly positive the cards are correct.
Everything looked correctly. It was just that pause he made after the second card that just made it seem like everything was a bit wonky.
Yeah, it looked
going
like the
on.
dealer stopped dealing for a second, but I think the camera was behind the dealer, so we didn't get a great view of the action.
Yeah, he was
It
making
did-
an adjustment of some
Yeah,
kind.
it did look like he was instructing Brian to move a chip or to do something, but the button was correct the first card.
Already there's a flop
Yeah.
out. He's going to continue with the hand. Okay?
Okay, what was the action?
The ruling would force the hand to play out regardless of who received with this much action.
Yeah, we have significant action. I mean, we're all the way onto the flop. I mean, there's not much we can really do at this point. Both players have obviously accepted the hands and played past. I mean, there's nothing that can really be fixed on this. Zavadovich has actually picked up an open ender here on the turn with a flush draw. And Paris has picked up a gut shot straight draw with the Jack 10. Pavel's going to make a bet on the turn here.
29,000.
Make a bet of 29,000. Action is going to be back to Brian.
Raise 61,000.
That's who I was mentioning to. It's him and her.
Martin and Ella. Moje.
7 race all in.
So Paris folds. Pavel collecting the whole pot. No button switches. We're fairly sure that hand went clean. There was no discrepancy there.
Discrepancy. It just looked a bit strange, but the dealer pitched the first card. Everything was correct. It just looked a bit strange with that motion where he stopped in the middle.
Yeah.
As we see Brian pick up 2 jacks here on the button. Makes a standard. Well, actually makes a smaller than standard raise. He's actually now that he's shorter, he's made the minimum raise to 12,000.
I don't know how many blue
So 5
columns.
stacks of blues.
5. Okay.
Pavel asks for a count here with his 4-5 suited. And he's gonna take a flop here. Flop is deuce 7-7. Paris takes an even bigger lead with that flop. His 2 jacks have a stranglehold on this hand without running 4s or running 5s or running hearts.
Check.
What?
12,000.
Did he? Did you watch it? How'd you watch it?
No, Lloyd watched it.
Did he?
I didn't know it was that hand coming up, so I wasn't watching. I was talking to you.
Yeah, so, yeah, so Greg goes.
Redealt that hand.
Yeah. It would be funny if it was a misery.
So hand 118. We're getting very close to our resold bet. Do you want to go double or quits?
Can I get one?
35.
Double or quits on 145?
140.
170.
Misery and you had.
110.
No.
And if it was a misery, what we should have.
Continue action here on
Coming
handle
into 118. 9-5 on the button, 5-4 on the big blind.
13,000.
5-4 is suited, but dominated.
Yeah, he's still gonna get in and mix it up here.
Yep.
Check. But 17,000.
Just check the pot. He's gonna bet 17,000 and just take the pot down.
Correct. 12,000. 13,000.
And a raise off the button by Pavel to 13,000 is going to take down this pot. Gonna have pair share on the button opens up to 12,000 with the 6-4 offsuit. Have Pavel here in the big blinds. Gonna take a look with Jack 9. Flop is King 10-6 with 2 diamonds.
Bottom pair for Paris, he checks it. And then picks up a backdoor flush draw.
At the same
Pavel
time,
comes out betting.
same time Pavel's picked up an open ender here.
Mm-hmm.
You have to work on your memory too.
Brian's gonna lay it down here, and Pavel's gonna pick up the pot here. Just betting the open ender. We're slowly approaching me losing an additional 2 beers to Gareth.
Mm-hmm. Not slowly, nothing slowly about it. Inevitably.
Well, you know, if you wouldn't
So we
have,
are double quits on 140.
I mean, you can probably give me 150. They're still going.
No.
It's 13,000.
Well, I'm pretty sure it's been more
Stands at
than
128 then.
I'm pretty sure it's been more than 28 hands since, yeah.
That's 15,000.
Just take like 5 minute break. Is it more than?
Yeah.
What are the stack sizes here? We have 80, 100,000 for Brian Paris.
And that would be the rest of the chips in front of Pavel. It's a very astute, thing I've noticed. Looks like somewhere around.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
He's
5
got
and a
like
half.
540-ish, 550-ish.
Around that. Plus whatever's in this pot. Jack 4 hearts versus 8, 7 of hearts. And 1 heart on the flop.
Okay, let's go and break.
Bet and a fold. Check, bet and fold.
Looks like the player's gonna take a.
Now 140 or 1?
Take a short break.
Looks like they've agreed just to take a quick break here.
Break, no.
Yeah,
Jo,
like
chip
120.
country můžou mít. Prostě to je
What?
440
120,
ten
okay,
jeden,
so-
téměř přesně. A ten druhý má... A how much you have? 100?
A little less than 120, like 1.
15.
119.
119. Sad drugi mač prva penala. I ovo je break.
And we'll be right back after this. As you guys can see, the Asian Poker Series lineup for next year that we spoke about on the last break.
And we're back with the Asian Poker Series Prague final table live stream. There's the trophy in the center of our two heads-up players, Brian Paris and Pavel Zavadaric. Pavel Zavadaric being the huge chip leader, Brian Pavel on the button in this hand. Pavel raising here up to 30,000. Brian's been short stacked almost the whole way through this final table, and Pavel has been consistently the chip leader. It was at one point in the tournament it looked very close, like Brian was not going to make it, but he's managed to outlast all the other players. Blinds are 4 and 8,000, the ante is 1,000. Pavel with a button on 2-2. And Paris has a suited 9-10, so we'll see some action here. Pavel raising to 16,000, minimum raise. Brian's likely to just flat call this, and we'll see a flop. Five, 6, 6. No direct help for either player, but Pavel's still ahead. Three of hearts on the turn is a blank, increasing Brian's lead, increasing Pavel's lead, sorry, but just by removing Brian's outs, no longer can have that 7-8 runner. Pavel bets and scoops the pot, button moves across to Brian. Ace 5 on the button. Any ace is great heads up, so an easy scoop. Suited ace on the big blind's always a great thing to see, even better when you're only versus one player. So he raises up 30,000 and Brian lets go of his 9-8.
7 by 16.
Button raise with a Jack 7. Instant fold from turn 4. Most players have enough chips that the blinds and antes aren't a major concern at the moment. Brian is the short stack, so if he keeps letting chips hemorrhage like this, then he's going to start to worry.
I really want that trophy.
Yeah. I'm all in.
Where's all in? 6, 7. Call. All in call.
We have an all-in here.
That's all in call.
All-in
Ale
under
to
call. Ace-6
z tyłu.
versus Queen 7.
All in call?
Dama 7 na 6.
Queen 7, 8, 6. Stay alive.
Nie, szurnałem po prostu. Bo on miał
Paris
10
the
blindów.
favorite here with the ace-6.
7. 10 znaczy miał blindów.
Gets to a clean flop here. Picks up a
As
bigger,
long as
even a bigger advantage.
no Queen, no 7.
No, waleta.
Now he's
Or
going to
no
play queen
jack.
7 or jack.
Jack on the river, let's see. No 4.
There's a 4. It's going to be a clean board. Paris is going to double
Paris
up.
doubles up here. Doubles up and dives under the table. We don't know
I thought
why.
you were going.
Maybe he's thanking the
out.
dealer.
That would be a very original way to thank a dealer at a poker table.
84.
It's going to double up from 84,000 to looks like 170,000.
So hand 132. We're even getting close to the second chance.
No, that would be the third chance.
Third chance.
At 150, I still like your odds at going over 150 at this point in the day. Seems to be this is going to be a very long
Raise with a Queen 3 on the button.
Going to be a very long and drawn out heads up match here. It appears to be the beginnings of.
Well, that's usually what happens when most of the bulk of the final table is knocked out so quickly. It means that the average chip size is much, much higher. The lines haven't gone up so much when it gets to heads up. We do need to see that little red triangle shipped into the middle a few more times before we're going to see any real significant action.
So after that last double up, Paris has doubled up to just over 20 big blinds. I mean, he's still at a significant chip disadvantage, but he's not super short by any means.
Well, I hope the action ends before, you know, the blinds start making a difference, because once that happens and the blinds get so big compared to their average stacks that, you know, even the chip leader only has 10 or 11 big blinds, it just becomes a gamble. You know, just the first one to win a big pot is pretty much going to win the tournament.
Just surprised we're still seeing, you know, Pavel not applying as much pressure as he probably should in this situation.
Bet 17.
5 on the button.
Paris was 7-3 here in the big blind.
This is going to be a quick raise and a quick fold.
I don't know. I don't see Paris really getting rid of it too fast.
Pretty fast.
I mean, he's got 2 small suited, you know, small cards here. Just really doesn't feel like putting much gamble into it with his stack size apparently. With more of this, it seems like it's going to be a fairly long and
20?
drawn out process
I
here
lost the
between these last two in the inaugural Asian Poker Series here in Prague.
Yeah.
Paris with the Queen 4 offsuit on the button here. Makes it 16,000.
7-4.
And picks up the blinds and antes. Well, Pavel picks up Jack here on the button, makes it 16. Paris moves all in with King Jack and gets called by the 2 jacks.
King Jack against pocket jacks, and the king stay alive.
What?
We're back to the situation again with Jack King off, facing a much stronger hand.
Więc może później pogadamy. I właśnie przegrywam.
This is a great time to put that graphic. King on the flop means
Nada.
jacking off is once again
Nie, przegrałem już.
the best decision.
Dobra. Nie przegrałem całego, nie. Mam
Finishes
kurwa.
with 2
Dobra,
pairs.
dobra.
And
And on
apparently,
the phone,
Dobra.
doesn't really care. Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll just have a
Palety
chat.
na król walet.
apparently he's just going to phone home and...
Hey mum, I just doubled up on the guy.
Ale
No,
Double
actually he's
guy
paying
while
off.
jacking.
Yeah, he doubled him off. Yeah, with jacking off. Yeah.
2-0 for you.
He had jacking off
You
and
broke again.
under the table for the dealer again. Thank you very much, dealer. Here's your tip.
Ale jak ranuję.
Apparently this is going to be a very consistent action by Brian
Co?
Paris.
No, prawie.
Yep, all the way.
And we
He's-
are now down to 1 player playing with himself.
Is he giving the dealer a tip, or did the dealer give him the tip?
Ma...
I think the dealer gave him
No
the
to
whole
się
thing.
prawie wyrównały, no bo on ma
That was
260,
awfully
ja mam
quick.
400, no. Już tak, kurde, już go miałem 2 razy prawie na 10 blindach, no. Wtedy na 10, teraz na 15.
As he explains to his friends in Polish about how the dealer's receiving his tip
Oh,
and
dobra.
apparently losing the jacks against King Jack.
Jack King.
Oh, sorry, that would be Jack King offsuit.
More of my day is coming, so it will be like at least 1 more person.
Whoa,
Oh.
queens in the big blind for the big stack.
Hope that.
I mean, is he going to get action
First
on
big
back-to-back
hand
hands?
I've seen in ages.
Well, I
Hopefully.
mean, he just had jacks in the
Yeah.
last hand and lost to Jack King off. Now he's going to
Jack's
run,
not a big hand.
well, heads up, jacks are a monster.
So is Jack 9, but proper hand. I mean, top 10 hand.
Well, I mean, it depends how liberal you want to be with her ranking at top 10. I mean, jacks is still a fairly strong hand.
So
I mean, we're going to have
Paris-
2 queens
Paris
here is going to
raising and he
re-raise.
flats with he raises.
No, that's a
he
3-bet.
raises.
7 raise. 38.
Makes it 38,000 with 2 queens in the big blind here.
Jack 9 is no Jack King, so will he be folding this?
And he's going to lay down his Jack 9 on the button here. That's going to be consecutive hands to either cost Pavel money or he has not made very much with. I mean, that's the difficult part about heads up is you have to get paid on your big hands, and it seems he is still in the negative for the last 2 hands that he's had and been the biggest 2 hands we've seen heads up.
No, yeah. Well, how much you have? 220?
Paul was asking for a chip count here.
135. Maybe a little less.
Ah, okay. 210, I guess, behind, yeah?
Yeah, because I just just fold under. And I have 8 out here.
And Brian has roughly 210,000 in chips.
It's on raise 16.
Paul's going to open up for 16,000 with the 9 of hearts, 6 of clubs, and he's going to pick it up right there. As we come into hand 140. Paris on the button with the Jack 9. It's going to raise, going to make it 16,000. Pavel on the big blind with King 9 off. He's probably going to take a flop here, if not 3-bet.
It's on raise 38.
So we get 3-bet to 38,000.
Call.
Paris makes the call. We're going to take this flop. Pavel in a fairly dominating position with the King 9 versus Jack 9. Flop comes King 5-3 with 2 hearts. Pavel takes commanding lead with that King high. Hits top pair. Looks like he's going to lead right into Paris here.
So 7-bet 35.
Bets 35,000. Into Paris here on the flop.
Jack 9 definitely with no outs. And
Only thing he has is
very
that
bad
backdoor
redraw.
flush draw. Yeah. There's 2 absolutely terrible redraws. We'll lay it down and move on to hand 141.
Over under on 175.
Over under on me going back down to the bar before this finishes.
At least twice. Over and under on 4, and I'll take the over.
Well, I have some control in that. I'll take the under.
Yeah, that's a totally fixed bet. Well, you owe me 4 drinks.
One more.
Yes, but we're going to go to a much cheaper place than the hotel bar.
Oh, I see. Get one back.
And a very quick walk here.
Blinds of 4 and 8,000 and a 1,000 ante. Neither player is even considering the blinds as their biggest threat at the moment. Both comfortably stacked. Obviously, the chip lead is in seat 7. Our Polish player Pavel Zvadovic. I think we're nailing that now. Zvadovic. Sounds about right.
Zvadovic, yeah?
No one's corrected us yet, but then again, we are locked in a room on our own.
We're locked in a room with a Czech, a Welshman, an American, and a Swede, so our Polish is probably a little bit rusty.
Ace 4 raises and Queen 9 calls. Pavel's the caller here.
And
Ryan Paris on the button with the Ace 4. Misses the flop, but checks and checks.
6 of diamonds on the turn here. Nothing really changes in the hand much.
First to bet is going to be the winner.
It looks like that's going to be Pavel here. He's taking a stab at it.
Pavel's going for it. Looks like about 25.
7-bet 20.
20. Brian's tanking now. Is he going to thinking of a raise? Nope, straight into
No,
a
just a
fold.
little Hollywood as he folds. Well, excuse us for a second here. We need a little refreshment.
Seven, raise 16.
And we have a raise
Four, raise
from the
four.
small blind with 10-5. And Paris moves on with the king 7 and picks it up fairly quick as Bava lays down his lovely monster of 10-5 offsuit here.
Six, four, raise 16. 7, 4. Seven, raise 16. 4, 5.
Powell picks up the pot by raising Queen Jack.
So far, it seems like we're just going through a series of
Blind
small,
steal,
quick,
blind steal,
uncontested
blind
hands.
steal,
Yeah.
yeah.
Not really a whole lot going on here since Paris doubled up. I mean, he moved all in on a opening raise by Pavel, and other than that, it's been pretty uneventful right now. We're pretty much just waiting to have pretty much seems like both players are waiting to see two hands run into each other, and right now with Paris on the button with Queen 9, he's going to open. To make it 16,000 here. I mean, we're fully
Ace King in the big
expecting
blind, so we should be seeing
expecting
something.
a 3-bet here. The question is how much is Pavel going to go for right now? Looks like it's going to be fairly big. He's going to just drive him right off the hand. Seems like this is setting up to be a marathon heads-up match here right now. With neither player willing to risk a whole lot after that double up.
Seven, raise 16.
It seems like it's seriously slowed down, and both players seem to be content to play this all night.
6, 4, check. 6, 7.
We have King 5 versus Jack 10.
6, 4, check.
Zavadovic. And on the button with King High, still has the best hands. We've gone through the turn with a board of Queen, 7, 6, Deuce, and 2 spades. They both seem content to check this down to the river. With the 4 of spades on the river here, and Brian checks, check.
King,
We're going to see the King High take this pot.
4 right 16. 6 7 4.
As we're still continuing the action here at King's Casino in Prague, brought to you by Planet Earth Poker Events and CEO Steve Frazier. Well, now we got Paris on the button with the 5-6 offsuit here. He's going to make it 16,000.
4 right 16.
We're definitely going to see some action from Pavel here with the Jack-10 offsuit.
He's calling call.
Pavel flops top pair here with a 10 deuce tray flop. So Paris also flops a gut shot straight draw here. Pavel's going to check, and Paris is going to follow through and bet what appears to be 18,000. Looks like he's just going to get a check call here from Paris. From Pavel. Can have an 8 on the turn.
6 7 check.
Pavel still in the lead with his pair of 10s. Paris is going to need to hit his gut shot to take the lead, and Pavel checks. Like Paris is still going to follow through and fire one more bullet here. That's
37.
That's 47,000 here on the turn.
37.
Oh, excuse me, 37,000 here on the turn with 6 high. Pavel calls.
6 7 call. Check. 10, 6 4 check.
There's check on the river. Pavel's going to pick this hand up with his Jack-10. Paris' 2 6s he makes on the river are not good. As now we're starting hand 150. Which now we've played 40 some hands heads up.
What do you have now?
I think 100 behind. It's 35. 101.
Expecting to see 16,000 here by Pavel as he opens the pot with his 5-6 offsuit. It's re-raised by Brian Paris, and Pavel instantly lays it down.
Seems very passive heads-up game here now.
Yeah, ever since Paris had that double up, it's just turned into pretty much a waiting game right now.
Yeah, well, the blinds are too low to wait. The short stack has 20 big blinds. The big stack only has 51. If they're not going to be playing, they're just going to allow the blinds to catch up, and
Well, they're eventually going to get themselves into the
crapshoot.
crapshoot situation where they're both going to be short stacked, and
Yep.
it's going to take the skill of the game out, and it's going to bring more of the luck into it, and they've allowed themselves to get to it.
So if they're good players, then they should be considering, you know, I can beat him. In order to do that, you're going to have to play him.
Well, it pretty much seems at this point that both players are just trying to wait and trying to make hands.
Yep. Waiting for a big hand. Well, it's not the hands that matter, it's the betting.
But it seems like both of them are content to keep the status quo right now. I mean, it shouldn't be much longer before our next level change here. We get 5 and 10,000, then all of a sudden, you know, that 200,000 stack is only 20 big blinds.
Yeah.
I mean, with a total of, you know, 66 big blinds in play, the next level at 5,000, 10,000. No.
Yeah, ace 10 suited on the button. Unfortunately, the other player has nothing, so
As
it's
you
a
know-
raise and an instant fold.
As you know, open up to 16, he's just going to pick up the 8,000, and we're going to move right along to the next hand here. I mean, nothing special or anything like that. I mean, on a lovely night like tonight here in Prague, these two guys have decided to play a very passive, long, drawn-out heads-up match.
First prize is a 10,414. Second prize is 7,050. So 3,000.
2,000 euro difference here.
difference for a 1,000 tournament.
But yes, it might be a 3,000 euro difference. But I mean, look at that trophy.
That trophy is huge. Definitely going to fit in your hand luggage. Well, Pavel's probably local-ish, so he's probably getting the train or driving back home. But
Brian's
Brian's
going to
gotta
have
get
some
that
fun
through
hauling that back.
customs.
Yeah, customs are really going to love that one. The question is, well, at least we know Brian's not flying Ryanair.
Yeah. Well, he can check it, I suppose. He doesn't have to carry it as hand luggage. Unless it's a red-eye flight and he thinks he might get some.
Well, I'm not sure how that trophy's really going to help him out with that.
He'll be the winner of a prestigious poker tournament.
That is very true. He is the first ever winner. You know, he possibly could be the first ever winner of Asian Poker Tour Prague.
I'll get you in the Mile High Club.
Yeah, I'll get the trophy in it.
Lucky it's wiped clean. So Jack 10 on the big blind.
And moving on, Paris has flopped a gut shot here with that Jack 10, and Pavel has decided to bet his King High right now, which is the best hand at this point.
And now we have 2 straight draws.
Paris has actually picked up a flush draw right now with that 5 of spades on the turn.
And
Seems to be Pavel's not going to slow down. He's going to fire a second bullet with this King High right now and his gut shot.
27. All in?
Paris is going to move all in here with his
I don't see a
gut
Pavel
shot.
calling this.
See Pavel taking a quick second here to look at his hand again and send it to the mug.
Any 4. Nope. Not any 4.
Yeah,
Three
as long as
fours.
it's a red or a club.
Red or a club.
But also,
60, 80. Yep.
yeah, but then also Pavel did have the rest of the deck as outs.
Well, also the cards that are already on the table. Any one of those come out, get your money back.
That's very true. It's a very astute point.
I think that is a fundamental flaw in game theory in poker. You don't just count the outs that are available, you should also count the outs that aren't available.
Yes, but then they would not be outs.
They're out.
Those would just be errors.
They'll get you out.
There's zero potential profit.
Money saved is money earned.
Well, that depends. I mean, are you old mother cupboard in her cupboard, you know, saving that nickel, or you trying to win yourself a poker tournament here?
No, but if I ship it in to 10k and I'm a massive underdog and I end up with 3 ace of spades, then I'll be happy enough to have my 10k back.
Well, the day you have 10k to pay for a buy-in is the day I'll start worrying about you seeing 3 aces at the same time.
Tie back.
As we see, the dealer on the last hand takes an interesting way to
Roll
roll the pot to the player that wins the pot. I'm gonna go with that's probably not proper procedure in this situation. But I guess the dealer must be a little bit bored with what is going on right now with this heads-up match that is slowed down to a crawl.
Siedmička, raise 16,000. Čtyřka,
And there we go again. We're gonna have a little rolling action here.
no špatně, samozřejmě první kartu, no a pak až ty další bude dobrý.
Alright, here we're gonna have Pavel starting off from the button with Queen 10, and funny enough, excuse me, Paris starts on the button with Queen 10, and funny enough, Pavel has a identical hand of Queen 10 in the big blind. We can at least have an interesting time with how this hand plays out, as more than likely this hand will be a split. Looks like about 97% of the time, especially with a flop of Queen 3-5, 3 different suits. There's no one exactly going to be making a flush here to win chips off the other player, so it's probably going to be a fairly run-of-the-mill hand here. As both players will receive their chips back here in a minute, and we'll have a little interesting hand.
Sedmička, check.
Right now, as you can see, both players will be getting their money back unless one of them manages to outplay the other and somehow steal the entire pot.
37,000.
Paris continues his trend here. He fires 37,000 on the turn. Pretty sure we're going to see Pavel with a at least a call right now. And Pavel raises all in. Paris calls, and we're going to have the laughs and joys of a split pot.
Nie, mamy splita. Zorientowaliśmy się z tą samą ręką. Znaczy no na ternie w sumie. Z parą, z dziesiątką żółkierem po prostu. Nie, no właśnie znowu spadłem. Teraz on ma 20 blindów znowu. Byłem znowu już miał poniżej 15, ale kurczę, przegrałem. Nie tam.
Raise 16,000.
Tylko nie róbcie rozrób, żeby was nie wygonili zaraz.
Here's the real.
Yeah.
I just stay alive long enough for them to get here.
To sam sobie.
Raise 16,000.
Nie pytaj. Zobacz sobie na zegar. Większość filmu była na FT. Mam około 400, on ma około 160, coś takiego.
Dwie godziny. Nie żeby ten, zarzucał presję, ale limuzyna do Deadlinksa czeka na to.
Sedmička, raise 17,000. Čtyřka, call. 18,000.
Blinds are up. Next hand.
So ace deuce heads up. This is a queen 8 on the big blind. We're going to see a small raise.
I mean, I expect it fully
16.
ace deuce to open here. Queen 8's gonna have to call. I mean,
Can't be throwing that down.
not at this point heads up.
All
He's
in.
actually- wow.
All in and fold.
All in and actually folds the ace deuce. Wow.
Blinds are up. 56, 56, and 56. Nice, 20,000. It's a small. Just a fold.
There's 17 big blinds with a short stack here. There's still no pressure on him really.
I mean, it's 17 big blinds, but I mean, the big stack has only 39. I mean,
A hell of a lot of play heads up here. A hell of a lot.
they're both super deep at this point.
Good timing for you. Open folding.
Timing for me or for you?
For you.
So we're coming in
I guess
definitely
I'll
into the
follow
closing
best
stages
hands
with 5k,
I have
10k,
once I get it off.
big blind and small blind, and 1k ante.
This is our first hand this level. I mean,
I'll feel so bad.
This is really where,
There's-
the blinds will start to creep up on them. 17 big blinds and dropping. You know, if he
And dropping,
loses, if
yeah.
he loses one, if he opens and gets raised, he folds. You know, that's going to cripple his stack from now on. So I'd say the short stack is starting to notice how big the blind is getting. The big stack hopefully notices too and realizes he can put more pressure on that. You know,
you should be able to apply way more effective pressure now that the blinds are up.
with that stack, he should be effectively raising almost every hand.
I mean, but they've seemed content to just almost jab at each other and just min bet and really not have a whole lot of action other than a few jam all-ins for 3 bets, which are almost just like warning shots of you're raising too often.
But then again, if we get two players with two, you know, very attractive hands, we're going to see an all-in.
Rozdanie. Co?
And in a race, you know, the typical
Co?
medium
Pół godziny
pair,
temu.
ace king, ace
Pół
queen,
godziny
ace jack hand. You're approaching 170 hands now.
I'm definitely thinking my initial bet of under 115 was probably the worst deal of the day.
I think I undersold my bet here.
Well, I tried to give you 150 for like triple or nothing, but you know, you did leave that bet out on your own, so you definitely lost some value from me. Pretty much offered you a free roll on the night tonight, and no, you just had to turn it down. So I'm fine with that. As much as this last round cost you, you're only getting one more. No, I will not pull your finger.
It's 20,000.
Not gonna choke yourself again.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
So hand 169s.
Is that 169s? Is that kind of like exes and fetuses?
Exes. Pockets.
Hello guys, welcome to my co-host Gollum here. Apparently he's forgotten how to speak English.
Oh, my precious. King 8, Queen 9. This is going to be our standard min raise, possibly call, but I think fold hand here.
No, he's gonna call the 10K.
Going to call, see a flop, bet on the flop. You could almost write this.
They do. Wait for this beautiful flop.
Paired board with a flush draw.
6,
Nobody
6,
has
4, and
either.
2 spades. And as usual, it seems in this heads-up match, everyone has complete air and is perfectly content to check it down. There it is. Check, check.
Now see, with such a big stack, if he bets, the small stack has to fold.
He's so afraid of
And then
being
you
trapped.
And you take 16,000 off.
Yeah, he's so afraid of being trapped for any chips,
Yeah.
but Paris has yet to even really try to trap him much
No,
today
he
at
hasn't really
all.
played like that. Yeah.
The only person that did any trapping was Pavel earlier.
Yeah.
When
Yeah, with our 4th place finisher. I know what you mean. We've lost our paperwork. Kosugi.
yes, when Kasugi
Kasugi.
decided to 3-barrel that deuce 4.
Deuce 4, yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of his first bluff was a 7-5. 7-5 and ace 3, 8-3. Here we go.
That's pretty much been about the really only the only move or play that we've seen tonight that's been
Fling the
highly
chip
impressive.
across the
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, well, I liked Wataru Kasugi. I thought if it got heads up now, we would have been finished in 5 hands.
Yes, he was destined after he showed that hand. He was.
Yeah, that was the only mistake he
was-
made. It wasn't his play; it was showing that bluff because it made everybody else. He lost the biggest part of his stack against the same player, almost identical hands. Yeah. So King 10, King 7. We'll probably see another repeat of a min raise followed by a flat call.
20,000. All in.
No, all in. We have some action. King 7. The weaker hand is all in.
Over 200.
Against King 10 here.
200.
But
Let's
he's
see if
gonna-
Pavel actually makes the decision to call.
No, he's folded. He's already folded. Doesn't even get a full count and he's folded. Do you think that
It's a very
the
interesting.
mentality is that I don't want to be trapped by a bigger hand and look like an idiot, rather than
I'm not really sure what's going through his mind. I know King 10 is not the strongest hand, but in this heads-up match,
I'd take King 10. I'd happily take King 10 with his chip stack. Sure, I wouldn't want to double up the guy with if he's holding, a bigger hand. But realistically, what are the odds?
well, I mean, he's effectively behind any pair and any ace, obviously.
And then almost every other key.
And they've been playing extremely conservative in most situations in this heads-up match. I mean, a few instances where they've gotten all in, but
But he gets
other than-
plenty of chances to make bets on flops with, no hope of Brian calling and.
Yeah, it's just I seem to be playing a lot of pots, for just an open raise, and that's about it.
So 9-7 on the button, worthy of a raise.
I was waiting for you. Then I saw the
Brian
buttons
Mux.
here.
Apparently, Pavel just takes a little nap there, and as the dealer continues to roll the chips tonight, apparently everyone's just getting creative to pass the time right now.
Yeah, just to keep your brain occupied. I mean, it's getting to 2 o'clock in the morning soon, so these players have been playing since.
About 3 o'clock.
12 o'clock,
Oh no, about I believe it was a 2 o'clock restart today.
2 o'clock restart today, so they've been playing for 14 hours. No, 12 hours. We've been talking for 14 hours.
No, it just seems like it.
Just seems like it, does it?
I can't.
So 3s on the button versus a 10 deuce. Now, every poker player is looking at 10 deuce heads up and thinking, well, you know, it was good enough for him, it was good enough for me.
Well, yes, as my colleague is referring to as the Texas Dolly hand, Doyle Brunson. Which effectively, both times that he won the World Series with it in, obviously he did actually get it in bad both times.
Yeah, he was very far behind. But better lucky than good.
Unfortunately for him, he's lucky and good.
So 24 to 32 big blinds, so Brian really has caught up.
Well, I'm not so sure if Brian's really caught up or if the blinds and the slow action here is just flattened out.
This was my point initially, you know, it's when the blinds are so low compared to your stack, it's better to be more aggressive and steal and steal and steal. Because you get to that, we have very interesting flop here. King 10, Ace King.
With a Queen
with
Jack
a Queen
4
Jack
of diamond.
4 board.
All diamonds. I mean, Paris picks up a flush draw here, and an open-ended straight draw, but Pavel's still in the lead with his ace.
They've flat checked the.
It's gone check on the flop here. And it looks like Paris is going to lead for 26,000.
And with no diamond in his hand, he's going to fold.
And Pavel just gives up on the hand immediately.
A small raise there would put him in. Ask a question to get an answer, you know.
Yeah, it just seems like I said they're both.
Or do you have the flush? I'll check.
It just seems like both players are perfectly content playing ABC poker. Just straight ahead, trying to make pairs. Just not really having a whole lot of action. There seems to be some confusion here with the dealer button.
I was the bottom. I was the bottom, I guess. Yeah, I was opening. Yeah, it called. Yeah.
So 5 more.
I did that like 5 times.
Try to hand with pairs here on the button. Yeah. Standard open to 20,000. It's gonna be a fairly quick hand here. Inconsequential. It's gonna be it's just a raise and take it situation here.
You have 260 behind, yeah?
265.
So hand 177, blinds 5 and 10k. Jack 10 and Jack 3. Jacks have been very live this heads-up match.
We've seen several scenarios of this. Jack 10, Jack 6, Jack 9, Jack 8, yeah. King Jack, King King.
Jack King.
Well, that was Jack King off that seemed to work out very well against 2 kings.
Well, jacking off versus 2 cowboys is always a scary situation to be in. But we were
as jacking off turned out, he did flop 2 jacks and gonna beat off the cowboys.
Nice. Durante
20,000. Samiczka. O.
So we're almost to hand 180. 180.
Would that be the hand that comes after 179?
Yep. That's why we're almost there. There's no significance in hand 180 other than it sounds fun to say.
Samiczka. Raise 20,000.
Not many heads-up matches go on this long.
Well, except for the EBT Monte Carlo Grand Final this year.
Really?
Yeah,
How
that
long?
was about an 8.5, 9-hour final table. Finished around 7 o'clock in the morning, and I believe they started heads up between 11 and 12 o'clock at night.
Wow.
Many deals were offered, and all of them were denied due to the English player, Jack Salter, turning them down due to the amount of action he had sold off before the tournament, during the tournament, and at the final table.
Really?
And sold off heads-up action if he won.
Wow. He
So,
has some serious debts to pay then.
Well,
20,000.
yeah. We have a raise from Paris here off the button with 5, 7 of hearts. Now Pablo in the big blind is actually going to 3-bet back at him with the Jack 6 of spades. Makes it 42,000. An additional 22,000 for Brian Paris to call. And Paris is going to lay down his 5-7. Now we're going to move on to hand 181.
So 260,000 versus 420,000.
Samiczka. Raise 20,000. Ścieżka all in.
All in with a paradox.
Yeah, he's going to ask for a count. I don't really see.
King 6.
Yeah,
This is
Pablo's
very
going
weak
to
hand.
lay it
Yeah.
down. He's facing too much of a stack to call off with King 6 as tight as they've been
50-50.
playing.
There's no point in playing the whole day just to spend all your hard-earned effort on a coin flip like that.
I've seen you make much worse decisions than that.
Well, I've always made much worse decisions than that.
Is that what ended us both in this booth right now?
Pretty much. I'm just a sucker that can't say no to free beer.
We work entirely too cheap sometimes.
I just intend on drinking a lot of free beer.
Well,
King Queen 7-4, 7-4 on the button. Paris.
King Queen in the big blind. Paris going to open to 20,000.
20,000.
We're more than likely going to see a 3-bet here in this situation. King Queen heads up is a pretty bitch monster, and there it
And
is.
pretend free bet and an instant fold.
Yeah,
Money doesn't even get across the
Pablo
line.
moves all in, instant muck from Brian Paris. Cruising along into hand 183 here. We're going to start with the action with Pablo on the button here with 6-2 soft suit. Still going to open to 20,000. Paris lays down the King 5.
Thank you.
I'm going to take a risk here and say all in on 190.
On a 190.
Over under on 190. Give you 6 hands for 1 beer.
Make it 1 beer or even. I'll possibly consider this.
No. You still owe me from the previous bet. But you can buy 1 back at 190.
Yes, but at that point there would be 1 beer that goes undrank.
There's no such thing as an undrank beer.
Didn't we have the discussion about the old Finnish man that said that earlier today?
Yeah, I intend on winning both bets so that it will be 5 beers. King 7, Queen 8 now. Pavel raising on the button.
Okay. Check. At 18.
Paris is a second pair on the flop.
But Pavel has flopped King Eye flush draw with this. Just have to see how much pressure he wants to apply with his draw, and he also has a gut shot with that 7. So any 9, any club.
Betting 48,000.
48.
And Paris is actually tanking here, and he's going to lay it down. He's going to lay the best hand down at the moment. Looks like Pavel's finally getting back to rebuilding that stack from earlier and just whittling away at Brian Paris's stack right now. Pavel seems to be on the upswing right now.
Brian Paris checking the clock there to see if the lines are going up. So
Paris on the button here with Ace of Diamonds and 9 of Clubs makes it the standard 20,000 they've gone with for this round. Pavel lays down the 6-4 offsuit. Move right along to 187. I would like to take your over, sir, on 190.
really,
No.
you don't want the over on 195 then?
The under.
So I'll take the under on 195.
Yes.
We're on 186 already.
The first level of the pair, heads up.
Man feels like gambling sometimes.
That is a gamble. Yeah.
He's playing for 2 hours.
Yeah.
You already won though, just out there. You already won on that Jack's against King Jack hand. That just
Yeah,
happened
or
the other day.
almost.
You should have won.
7 raise 20.
Trying to have Pavel raise off the button here with 7 of hearts, 3 of hearts.
Check.
We have a flop of ace, queen, deuce here. Both players have missed again.
This is a rainbow board, but Paris does have a backdoor draw and he folds it.
Well, I believe if I look correctly, both players have a backdoor draw. But Paris is going to check and let Pavel fire his 7 high backdoor draw and take it down with the backdoor.
I wanna be your backdoor man.
Did I just unplug you? Deal with it. Starts his hand with Paris on the button with Queen deuce off. Opens to 20,000.
An 8-3 is a instant muck. Hand 189. 5 and 10k blinds with a 1k ante. So I was dealing in a regular tournament in the casino I used to work in, and the blinds are up to you know, the higher levels, you know, level 17, level 18, level 19. And there's 3 players at the table. Some guy drunk sits down with a stack of black chips.
Sorry to interrupt your story. Was the drunk guy you in this story?
No, I was working. I was dealing.
Like I stated, were you the drunk guy in this story?
I was drunk as well, but I wasn't the drunk guy in this story.
Oh, fair enough.
So the guy sits down with a stack of black chips from the poker desk, you know, and pulls up a chair and he sits down, and I deal the hand 3-way action, and the bets are, you know, I think the blinds are like 5-10, so you know, something like that, 600, 1200. So it's players bet are raised to 5,000, re-raised to 15,000, all this sort of stuff. And he watches like 3 or 4 hands, and he starts to give me like funny looks, like why I'm not dealing him in. And then he starts to pay more attention to what's going on in the game. And then he slowly dawns on him that, wow, this game is a lot bigger than I thought it was going to be. I'm going to need more money. Goes to the cash desk and buys in for more money. Comes back with about 15,000 and sits at the tournament table.
And you still didn't have the heart to let this poor soul know that he was very
confused. Go to the
confused.
cash game room, yeah.
Well, you know, at least he had 15,000 on him.
The funniest thing was the biggest game in the casino was like 5-10, so he wouldn't have even needed the 15 grand.
Well, at least it shows the cash desk knew what was going on. But as we have officially crossed hand 190, I believe I only owe you 3 beers now. I have just one back as we took cross.
You can't win a beer back. You still have to buy the 4 beers, then you owe me another beer.
No, I buy 4 beers, then you buy me 1 beer.
There, that's how it works. Can't have a beer undrunk. Oh, we have a mystery 6.
Nah, that's going to win the hand anyway. And there goes the shuffler.
Już 2 winy i 2 przegrałem. 20 BB ma. Ja mam...
Seems we're having some slight technical difficulties with that automatic shuffler there.
It's lucky we have a manual shuffler.
It's funny. Each half an hour we get a brand new one.
But they don't come with a warranty, so...
Well, they do, but there's no guarantee the warranty's worth anything.
It runs out after the first year.
Jest 1 na 10, 1 na 15 gramy po flopie.
Brian Paris with 24 big blinds and Pavel Zavadovic on 32 big blinds. Really is anybody's game. This is the most even stack I've seen on a heads-up table in a while. So 1 mistake by either player or 1 lucky hand and we have a new champion. Actually,
as opposed to,
first champion.
I'll just say, as opposed to the non-existent reigning champion of APT Prague, since this is the inaugural.
You're inaugural.
I'm not rural.
So deuces never lose.
Yes, as we've seen that hand win
4 or
0
5
times tonight.
Flops the bottom pair, but it's good. Paris comes out betting the under pair. I know most players prefer a big pair, but you know, small pairs are pretty good.
Just depends on how tight things are. You know, sometimes the chips are a little tighter than others.
No, 1-on-1, small pair is perfectly fine. You don't always need the bigger pair to make your day, especially if you're going backdoor.
And the 6 of spades peels off here, and neither player has really made much. Pavel actually has the best hand here with
2
his
pair.
Actually, yes, remember 2 pair.
2 pair, but he doesn't know it. Paris is, you know, hasn't hit his trip, so the deuces are the same.
He's gonna fire
every card beats him, any pair.
Yeah, he's gonna bet this river and just take it down.
Really does need to win that on the flop if you want to get anywhere. Bigger bet on the flop might take it down if you're brave enough. So hand 193, blinds 5 and 10k.
Would you like to bet the additional over-under at 196?
I've actually lost count of what we're doing now, so...
Well, basically we're just
I'll
going to
take the
continue
under.
drinking. Take the under on 196.
The under on 196.
Ooh, I like a man who likes to gamble.
I'm gambling here.
I'll take you up on an additional two bears.
2 more beers.
Yes.
So that's 7 beers.
Yes. And we have to drink them tonight.
Let's drink them in the next 20 minutes.
Well,
we have an all-in. My under bet is looking very good. All-in with Brian Paris with King 8.
I believe your
Paris
under bet is
from
looking
the
awesome.
USA.
You've just won a free roll pretty much, I believe, sir.
Yep.
100% sure you've just won a free roll, probably. I don't know. We'll see what kind of action we get here. And yes.
All in and a call. Ace 5 versus King 8. Both cards are suited. Will we see a flush draw on this flop? Pavel Zabadovic on the big stack. Brian Paris is in danger.
Paris flops an
Paris
8 here to
at
take
8.
the lead.
If nothing
Got a fairly good
changes,
lead on it. He's
he'll,
got to hit an ace.
double
Ooh,
up.
He's picked up a hard draw on the turn. Looks like Pavel has picked up a hard or an ace.
Yes,
and there's
River is the ace of clubs.
This makes Pavel Zabadovic our first champion of APT Prague. And there's Lloyd, our tournament director, congratulating him. As we can see, he has 56 big blinds, so he's definitely safe now.
Well, at this point in the tournament, I'm going to go with 56 big blinds is a fairly solid lead.
Yeah. So we are about to award Pavel Zabadovic our trophy. Commiserations to Brian Paris. But he's going back with 7,050 euros as a second place consolation. No, you can't have the trophy, Brian. You can have this banner, though. You can take that with you. That's
Lloyd
what Lloyd's saying
apparently
right
wants to
there.
give him a little APT final table banner. I mean,
Or this
provided to
chair.
you by
You can
King's
take this
Casino
chair.
and Planet Earth poker events. Take that home with you.
If I check shove the turn, I am where I made a 60.
Well, this banner, too. Take all 3 banners, Brian.
Apparently, as your consolidation prize, you win banners. You don't get a trophy, you get banners.
These banners aren't cheap.
Well, the question is, what's more expensive, that trophy or the 3 banners together?
So there we go. Congratulations. It's our first and second place.
And there's Jeff, our CEO of the Asian Poker Series, sneaking in
It's
and
a
getting
nice
a couple
trophy,
snapshots.
actually. It is a nice looking trophy.
I mean, the sheer fact that you could beat somebody to death or stab someone to death with that thing.
You can do that with a lot of things.
Well, yes, but
There they
usually
are,
don't give
first
out
and
too many of those
second
things
place.
for winning a poker tournament.
And there's the winning hand with the winning chip stack.
The winner gets to sit.
Congratulations to the winner, Pavel Zabadovic
And we have our professional tournament director / photographer Lloyd in here now.
/ tablet owner. Say cheese. Okay, well done.
I mean, normally this would be unusual, but Lloyd is
So I believe somebody owes me 7 beers now.
I believe your math is incorrect, sir. Someone owes you 6 beers. You still owe me 1 because we can't have a wash because then there'll be like at least 2 beers undrank.
Yeah.
So yeah, I can get those to you later.
We're going now.
Well, we're not quite done yet. There is still the award ceremony we're currently watching right now.
Well, we don't need the commentary on the award ceremony. We would have the winner.
Oh, we have the winner? I don't see him right here.
He's right there.
Oh, fair enough. He's back again. And that'll be the end of the commentary here from Prague Poker Festival and the Asian Poker Series here in Prague.
Yep. So from me, Gareth Edwards, and him, Andy Tillman, good night. Peace out.
One more, 1, 2, and 3. You keep closing your eyes.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, no.
Okay, I got you.
Eyes
Congratulations.
open.
Congratulations.
Finally.
I think you got